If we go by definition, Microsoft Intune is a cloud-based endpoint management solution. Microsoft Intune provides mobile device management and mobile application management capabilities. With the help of Microsoft Intune, you can manage the devices and you can control the working of those devices. Let's consider one example and let's understand what exactly Microsoft Intune is. Let's assume this is an organization where we have multiple employees and they are using devices to access company's resources. Now, these devices can be company owned devices, like the devices those are owned by the organization. And these devices can be personal devices as well, like the devices those are owned by the user itself. These devices can be Windows devices, Android devices, iOS or iPad, or even Mac devices. With the help of Microsoft Intune, you can enroll these devices. When I say enroll a device, it is like registering a device to Microsoft Intune. And once a device is enrolled, you can apply configuration policies to these devices. With the help of configuration policies, you can control network settings of the device, you can control display settings, or the printer settings, and much more. You can apply compliance policies on the devices. With the help of compliance policy, you can make sure that the device is compliant to your organization's security requirements. You can install applications on these devices from Microsoft Intune itself. You do not have to log into the machine every time to install the applications. You can even remove an application from the device, or you can wipe the data from the device when a device is no longer in use. With the help of app protection policies, you can further secure the applications those are deployed on the devices. So in nutshell, using Microsoft Intune, you can manage the devices, you can install applications on the devices, and you can control the working of the devices. Please do not worry about these terms like compliance policy or configuration policy or app policies. We are going to discuss all these terms in detail in upcoming videos. So let's talk about the benefits those are provided by Microsoft Intune. With the help of Microsoft Intune, you can manage company-owned devices as well as personally owned devices. Personally owned devices are also called BYOD or bring your own device. These devices can be Windows devices, iOS or iPad, Android devices, or Mac devices. Using Microsoft Intune, you can deploy the applications on the devices. You can update the applications to make sure the applications on your devices are using the latest version. You can even remove the applications from the devices when these are no longer required. Using Intune, you can make sure the organization data is protected and is isolated from the personal data on the personal devices. With the help of Microsoft Intune, you can deploy application policies, security policies, configuration policies, and conditional access policies. You can apply these policies to groups or the devices, and these devices can automatically fetch these settings from Microsoft Intune. Microsoft Intune is managed through Microsoft Endpoint Manager. Microsoft Endpoint Manager is a web-based console that administrators can use to manage their devices. We will talk about Microsoft Endpoint Manager in detail in next video. Microsoft Intune helps administrators to make sure that the devices are compliant with your organization's security requirements. Microsoft Intune provides access to the reports that you can use to see the users and devices those are accessing your organization resources. With the help of wipe option that is available in Microsoft Intune, you can restore a device to the factory default settings. Now let's understand what operating systems are supported by Microsoft Intune. That means what type of operating systems can be enrolled and managed by Microsoft Intune. Intune supports Android, Apple, iOS or iPad, Linux, Mac operating system, Windows, and Chrome operating system. If you're using Android devices, you can enroll devices those are using 8.0 and later version. You can enroll and manage Android enterprise devices and Android open source project devices. If your users are using iOS or iPad, they can enroll devices if they are running on Apple iOS 14.0 and later, and same goes for iPad. In case of Linux, your devices should be running on 22.04 or 22.04.1 Ubuntu version. If you're using Mac operating system devices, these devices should be running on Mac operating system 11.0 and later. In case of Windows operating system, you can enroll Windows 10, Windows 11, Windows 8.1, Windows 8.1 RT, Surface Hub. You can enroll cloud PCs running on Windows 10 and Windows 11, Windows 10 IoT Enterprise, and Windows Holographic for Business. Now, by this time, you have a basic understanding of Microsoft Intune. So let's deep dive and let's understand few more concepts of Microsoft Intune. This is Microsoft Intune high-level architecture. At the background, you can see Microsoft Azure because Microsoft Intune is designed on top of Microsoft Azure. On the right, you can see Azure Active Directory, where you manage the groups, you register or join the devices, and you apply conditional access policies. And as you already know, Azure Active Directory is also responsible for authentication and authorization. Every task that you perform in Microsoft Intune, in background, these tasks are performed in Azure Active Directory. For example, when you say, I want to enroll a device with Microsoft Intune, so you actually register that device with Azure Active Directory. Depending on the type of device that user is using, like if you're using a personal device or a company owned device, you either register that device or you join that device with Azure Active Directory. If your device is joined with on-premise Active Directory, then you hybrid join that device with Azure AD. And when you register or join or you hybrid join a device, you use Azure Active Directory credentials that has Microsoft Intune license assigned. And once these devices are registered or joined with Azure AD, these devices gets automatically enrolled in Microsoft Endpoint Manager. Moreover, if you create a configuration policy or a compliance policy, instead of applying that policy to all the devices, you create a security group in Azure AD. You add users or devices within the security group, and you apply the policy on the group itself. So everything that you do within Microsoft Intune portal or Microsoft Endpoint Manager, at the back end, these tasks are performed in Azure Active Directory. Next, you have Microsoft Intune, where you manage your devices, you enroll devices, you deploy applications on the devices, you apply compliance policies and protect devices and the applications. You can install Office 365 applications or the applications from the Apple Store, Google Play Store, or Microsoft Store. And at the bottom left, you can see Endpoint Manager console. Microsoft Endpoint Manager is a web console or the admin center from where you manage Microsoft Intune. You can also say that Microsoft Intune is a part of Microsoft Endpoint Manager. Microsoft Intune integrates with other Microsoft products and services that focus on endpoint management. For example, Configuration Manager. Configuration Manager is an on-premise endpoint management solution. Using Configuration Manager, you can deploy software updates and you can manage the data centers. You can use Intune and Configuration Manager together in a co-management scenario. With these options, you get the benefits of the web-based admin center, and you can use other cloud-based features. Those are available within Intune. Then we have Windows Autopilot. With Windows Autopilot, you can provision the new devices and send these devices directly to the users from the device provider. You can also use Endpoint Analytics along with Microsoft Intune. Endpoint Analytics can help you to identify the policies or the hardware issues that slow down the devices. Microsoft 365 provides productivity apps like Outlook, Teams, OneDrive, and SharePoint. Using Intune, you can deploy Microsoft 365 apps to the devices in your organization. In Intune, you can create a service-to-service connection between Intune and Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. When they're connected, you can create policies that scan files, detect threats, and report threat levels to Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. You can also combine them with conditional access policies to block access to the organization resources from a device that is non-compliant. You can also integrate Intune with Windows Autopatch. Windows Autopatch is a cloud-based service. It keeps software up to date, gives users the latest productivity tools, and it minimizes the on-premise infrastructure. Windows Autopatch uses Microsoft Intune to manage the patching for Intune enrolled devices. You can also manage the devices; those are co-managed using Intune and Configuration Manager. Now let's understand what is mobile device management and mobile application management and what is the difference between these two. Mobile device management allows administrators to manage and control the corporate and personal devices. Mobile device management allows you to enroll the devices, push configuration policies on devices. Administrators can wipe the device remotely, or they can reset the device to the factory settings. On the other hand, mobile application management focuses on application management. Mobile application management allows you to control and monitor the organizational data in users' personal devices or the corporate owned devices. You can isolate the organizational data from the personal data within the devices. You can use application management policies to prevent your users from copying the business data from Office apps to their personal applications. You can control the application deployment on the devices. With the help of mobile application management policies, you can enforce strong compliance security policies on the application level. So we can say that MDM or mobile device management is about controlling the devices, whereas MAM or mobile application management is focused on management of the applications those are installed on the devices. MDM acts as a device security guard, whereas MAM or mobile application management is about application monitoring. Now let's talk about device lifecycle and app lifecycle. All devices that you manage have a lifecycle. With Microsoft Intune, you can manage the entire lifecycle of the devices. For example, if a company purchases a laptop, first it needs to be enrolled with Microsoft Intune. Once this device is enrolled, then it needs to be configured as per company's security requirements. Then the data that is stored on the device has to be protected. And finally, when this device is no longer in use, you need to retire the device or wipe the data from that device. So in nutshell, a device lifecycle has four phases: enroll, configure, protect, and retire. So let's talk about these four phases in detail. As we discussed earlier, enrolling a device is like registering a device in Microsoft Endpoint Manager. If you want to manage a device, the first step is to enroll that device in Microsoft Intune. Once a device is enrolled, you need to make sure the device is secure and compliant with the company standards. You can even push configuration policies on the devices. You can enforce users to use password on the devices that has organizational data stored. Or you can even disable the use of camera on the mobile devices. After configuring the devices, you need to make sure the data that is stored on the devices is secured. Intune provides policies that can help you to protect the devices from unauthorized access. You can use multi-factor authentication that adds an extra layer of security to the user sign-ins. You can use Windows Hello PIN or fingerprint to sign into the devices instead of using the password. And when a device is stolen or when it is replaced, you can either retire the device or wipe the organization data from the device, or you can even restore the device to the factory settings. Now let's talk about app lifecycle. Like device lifecycle, applications also has a lifecycle, but app lifecycle has 5 phases: add, deploy, configure, protect, and retire. The first step in app deployment is to add the applications to Intune that you want to manage and assign to the devices. With Intune, you can add different types of applications, including applications those are built in house, like line of business applications, or you can use applications from the store and the applications on the web as well. After you have added the application in Intune, you assign or deploy those applications to the devices. And after the application is deployed, you can monitor from Intune if the application was successfully deployed on the device. You can also purchase applications from Apple Store or Windows App Store. You can deploy the applications from these stores from Microsoft Endpoint Manager. As part of the app lifecycle, new versions of applications are regularly released. Intune provides tools to easily update the applications to a newer version. Intune gives you many ways to help protect the data in your applications. You can use conditional access to control the access to the emails based on the conditions that you specify. With the help of app protection policies, you can protect the company data. For example, you can restrict copying the data between unmanaged and managed applications, or you can prevent applications from running on the non-compliant devices. And finally, it is likely that applications that you have deployed have become outdated and need to be removed. And with the help of Intune, you can easily uninstall the applications. Now let's talk about the licenses those are required in order to use Microsoft Intune services. In order to use Microsoft Intune, you can use any one of these licenses. Microsoft Intune is available with Microsoft 365 E3 and E5. You can use Enterprise Mobility and Security E3 or E5. You can use Microsoft 365 Business Premium, Microsoft 365 F1 or F3. Intune is available with government plans G3 and G5 and with Intune for Education. So now let's recap what we have discussed in this particular session. We discussed Microsoft Intune is a cloud-based endpoint management solution that provides MDM and MAM capabilities, where MDM focuses on device management and MAM focuses on the management of the applications those are installed on the devices. We discussed using Microsoft Intune, you can enroll devices, you can force configuration profiles on the devices to manage device settings. You can apply compliance policies on the devices to make sure that the devices are compliant to your organization's security requirements. You can install applications on the devices. You can protect the applications using app protection policies. And you can retire a device or wipe the data from the device using Microsoft Intune. As we discussed in previous session, Microsoft Intune is part of Microsoft Endpoint Manager. Before you access Microsoft Endpoint Manager Admin Center, make sure you have Microsoft Intune supported license in your tenant. In my tenant, I have Enterprise Mobility and Security E5 license. If you go to this license, service plan details, you can see Microsoft Intune is integrated within this license. So once you have Microsoft Intune supported license in your tenant, go to browser, and to access Microsoft Endpoint Manager Admin Center, you will type endpoint.microsoft.com. You need to enter your global admin credentials and you will be able to log in. And this is the home page of Microsoft Endpoint Manager from where you can manage your devices. So let's deep dive into this admin center. Let's discuss the various options those are available and let's understand the use of each option. On the left, you will see dashboard. You can see the device enrollment that will show you the device enrollment status. That means if you have enrolled few devices in your tenant and if enrollment is failed for some of the devices, this wizard will show you the failures of the devices. This will show you the number of devices, how many devices are failed. And similarly, if device enrollment is success for all the devices, it will show OK. Next, you will see device compliance, which will show you the compliance status of the devices. That means if devices are compliant to the policies that you have forced on the devices. Next, you will see device configuration. That will show you the status of the configuration profiles. Those are applied on the devices. It will show you the failures or if there is any conflict. You will see those details here. Next is client apps. This particular section will show you the status of the application installation. If application installation fails, you will see that status here. If everything is fine, then you will see status OK. Next, you will see the status of the app protection policies. If you have applied app protection policies to secure the data on your devices, this wizard will show you the success or failure status. Under Intune enrolled devices, you will see a consolidated view of devices those are enrolled in Intune. You can see as per their platform like Linux, Android, iOS or iPad, Mac, Windows, Windows Mobile. So it will show you the number of devices as per their platform. Now, this is the default dashboard. If you want, you can customize this dashboard as per your requirement. You can click Edit. And from here, you can add or remove tiles. For example, if I want to add device compliance, I will drag this tile here somewhere in the dashboard. And if I click save, this particular tile will be added. If you want to delete any tile like this one, you can click delete. You can delete this one as well. Drag this tile here where you want this and leave this. So like this, you can customize the dashboard. And once you are done, you can simply click save, or if you want, you can preview the dashboard as well. And once you are done, you can click save. So like this, you can customize the dashboard as well. If you click all services on the left, this is going to give you all the options like devices, endpoint security, apps, reports, groups, tenant administration, users. You can access all the options from here. But let's go step by step. This way, you will be able to understand things easily. So let's go to devices. The next option under all services, click on devices. Now here under overview, you will see these options: enrollment status, enrollment alerts, compliance status, configuration status, and software update status. Under enrollment status, you will see the status of the enrolled devices, the number of devices as per the platform. Next is enrollment alerts. In Microsoft Intune, an administrator can set up enrollment notifications that will notify the employees of the enrolled devices. You can keep a track of those alerts under this option. Under compliance status, you will see the devices, those are compliant and those are non-compliant. Under configuration status, you will see if the configuration profile was successfully applied to the devices or it was failed. Next is software update status. Under this particular section, you will see the status of the software updates, those were rolled out on the devices. This will show you the deployment status on the device level and the user level. So let's move to the next option. Under overview, we are under devices. Next to overview, we have all devices. If you click all devices, this will show you all the devices those are enrolled with Intune, including all the platforms of the devices like Windows 10 devices, Android devices, iOS or iPad or Mac devices. You will see all the enrolled devices here. Next is monitor. Under this particular section, you can monitor the policies those are applied on the devices. From here, you can check the status of the policies. You can check if BitLocker is applied on the devices. You can check the devices are compliant or non-compliant. So this is a complete monitoring section that we're going to cover in upcoming videos. So the next option is by platform. This is the next section. And under by platform, we have Windows. So this is basically categorized as per the platform, like Windows, iOS or iPad, Mac OS, Android, Chrome, and Linux. So first option is Windows. So here under Windows devices, you will see only the Windows devices. Those are enrolled in Microsoft Intune. If you go to devices and if you click all devices, you will see all the devices those are enrolled in Intune no matter what platform is. But if you click on Windows, here under Windows devices, you will see only the Windows devices those are enrolled with Microsoft Intune. So this way you can find devices easily. Under Windows Enrollment, you will see all the options those are available for enrollment of Windows devices. You can do automatic enrollment. You can set up Windows Hello for Business. You can set up CNAME validation. CNAME validation is basically, it is done when you perform automatic enrollment. You need to publish two CNAME records for your tenant that points to the MDM server. We will talk about this later. Next, you can configure enrollment status page. You can configure enrollment notifications. You can configure co-management settings if you're using Intune and SCCM or Configuration Manager. And under Windows Autopilot Deployment Program, you can create autopilot deployment profiles. Next, you can sync your devices for autopilot. And if you have on-premise Active Directory and your devices are joined with on-premise AD, in that case, you need to create a connector for your tenant. So you do that task from this particular option. Next section is Windows policies. Under Windows policies, you can create compliance policies. You can create configuration profiles for Windows devices. These options are only for Windows devices because we are inside Windows platform. So here we can manage only the Windows devices. You can run PowerShell scripts on Windows devices from Microsoft Intune. You can update Windows 10 and you can manage the feature updates and the quality updates for Windows 10 as well. Let's go back to devices section. So same way, if you want to manage other platform devices like iOS or iPad, you will click on this option. Next, you will find all the options. Those are available only for iOS or iPad. From here, you will find all the iPad or iOS devices. Those are enrolled in Intune. You can enroll your iOS or iPad devices from here. As of now, these options are grayed out for my tenant because first I have to create Apple Push certificate. And once this certificate is created, all these options will be accessible. So under policies, you can create compliance policies, configuration policies, and you can update the software for iOS or iPad operating system. And similarly for other platforms like Mac, OS, Android, Chrome, Linux, you can click on these platforms and you will get all the options to manage a particular platform device. So next is under devices, we have enroll devices under device enrollment. Let me show you again. So next is device enrollment section. And under device enrollment, we have enroll devices. Now from here, under enrollment devices, you can enroll all the devices like Windows enrollment, Apple enrollment, Android enrollment. Now, if you look at these options, if I click on Windows enrollment, I'm getting all the options. Those are available. If I go to devices and click on Windows and Windows enrollment, I can see all these options here as well. So this is same thing. Like if you go to devices, enroll devices, click on Windows enrollment, you can manage Windows devices from here as well. If you want to manage Apple devices, you can enroll them from here. Android, you can manage Android devices from here. You can enroll them. You can push the apps as well. And next is enrollment device limit restrictions. Under this particular policy, you can define a rule that how many devices a user can enroll. For example, if I have a user in Azure Active Directory that has Intune license assigned, so how many devices that particular user can enroll? That setting you can configure from here. This is the default policy, and by default, the value will be 5. If you want to modify this policy, you want to increase the value, you will click on the policy properties and click on edit. From here, you can increase the value. It can go till 15. 15 is the maximum. So that means one user who has Intune license assigned can enroll 15 devices. And if you want to create a new policy, go back to, let me close this particular screen. If you want to create a new policy for enrollment device limit restrictions, click create restriction. You can follow the instructions, assign it to the group or the users, and that's it. So let me close this particular screen. So next option is enrollment device platform restrictions. By using this policy, you can block or allow device enrollment basis on the operating system of the devices. Go to properties. This is again default policy. So from here, you can click edit. We are going to discuss all these policies in detail in upcoming videos, but for now, just understand that you can either allow or block the device enrollment basis on their platforms. For example, if I want to block Android devices enrollment in my tenant, I'll simply click block. If I want that Mac operating systems machines should not be enrolled in my tenant, so I'll click block. So this way I can block the enrollment or I can allow the enrollment of the devices based on their platform. So these settings are managed from here. Let me close this. And if you want to create a new restriction policy for device platform, then you can select the platform, the operating system. Like for Windows, if you want to create, select Windows restrictions, create restriction, follow the instruction, and the policy will be created. So next is corporate device identifiers. This option is used to identify the corporate devices in your organization. To create device identifier, you will click add. There is no default policy, so you will have to create if there is a requirement. Click add. You will get two options to upload device information, either from CSV file or enter manually. If you select manually, in that case, you will have to provide IMEI number or the serial number of the devices. So add the information manually, click add, follow the instructions, and later you can apply the policies on these devices as per your requirement. So this way you can segregate and identify the corporate owned devices. Let's close this. And next is device enrollment managers. Basically, device enrollment manager is a non-administrator user who can enroll devices in Intune. Device enrollment managers are useful when you need to enroll and manage large number of devices in your tenant. So basically, an administrator can distribute his work of device enrollment to a user, and that particular user is called device enrollment manager. And for your information, a device enrollment manager can enroll up to 1,000 devices. If you want to create such policy for device enrollment manager, click add, enter the name or the user principal name of the user, and then click add. That particular user will be added as a device enrollment manager. So let me close this particular screen, and we have covered this section, so close this as well. Now next is provisioning section. So we are in devices, and under provisioning we have Windows 365. Windows 365 is a cloud-based service that automatically creates a Windows virtual machine that is also called as Cloud PC. Every Cloud PC is assigned to an individual user account, and it can be used as a dedicated Windows device. Next, you can manage the policies. Under policy section, you have compliance policies. You can create compliance policies from here. You can create compliance notifications. When a device is marked as non-compliant, you can send a notification to the users. You can retire non-compliant devices from your tenant. You can run scripts on the devices. You can manage the compliance policy settings from here. So compliance policies are managed from here as well. Or you can manage from devices. You can go to platform and you can manage compliance policies from here as well. But this is for platform basis. So next we have conditional access. Conditional access, from here you can manage the conditional access policies. You can see all these options here. Those are similar to Azure AD. Let me show you. Let's go to security and go to conditional access. So you can see all these options here. These options are identical. So as we discussed in the previous session, that whatever you do in Microsoft Intune at the backend, that is done in Azure AD. So you can see here all these options are similar to Azure AD. So from here you can manage conditional access policies, and you can manage configuration profiles from here. You can run scripts. Next is group policy analytics. Group policy analytics is similar to on-premise group policy. Microsoft Intune provides most of the same settings as on-premise group policy. You can import your on-premise group policy settings and you can migrate those settings to Microsoft Intune. And rest, you can manage the updates policies for Windows devices, updates for iOS and Mac. And next you can create, again we have enrollment device limit restriction, enrollment device platform restriction, that is already discussed. And we have device cleanup rules. These rules are basically used to delete the inactive devices. Next is device categories. You can create device categories as per your departments, and later you can assign those categories to the devices so that you can easily identify devices as per their category. And if you want, you can assign different policies as per the requirement. And the last option in this section is filters. You can create filters so that you can assign different policies to each device as per your requirement. So we have covered devices section, and next to devices we have apps. So from this particular section you manage applications. Under all apps or all applications, you can see the applications. Those are added in Microsoft Intune and are ready to assign to the applications. If you want to add application, you will click add, and then you will select the app like Android store, iOS store app, from where you want to get that application. And once you will add the application, then you can deploy that application or you can force that application on the device. Next is monitor. Under app licenses, you can manage the applications and the licenses that you have purchased for the applications. Discovered applications is a list of the applications information. Those are detected on the enrolled devices. Intune collects this information only for corporate owned devices. It doesn't collect apps information for personal devices. Under app install status, you can see what applications you have installed, on what devices these applications are installed, and what is the status of the application installation. And under app protection status, you can see the status of the app protection policies. Those are applied to the devices from Microsoft Intune. So let's close this window, and under by platform, again we have the platforms like Windows, iOS or iPad, Mac OS and Android. So let's go to Windows. Now if I want to deploy applications on only the Windows devices, I'll go to Windows. Let me show you again. Go to apps. Under by platform, click Windows. From here you can apply or you can deploy applications only on the Windows devices. If you want to apply applications on other platform like iOS or iPad, you will click on this option, and from here you can force or deploy applications on this platform devices. Same way for Mac and for Android. Next is policy. Under policy section, you can create app protection policies, you can create app configuration policies, and you can manage other settings of the applications. The next section is endpoint security. You can use endpoint security to focus on the security of the devices. Under all devices, you can see all the devices, those are enrolled with Microsoft Intune. Under security baselines are basically the groups of pre-configured device configuration profiles. You can apply these templates to the users or the devices to enforce the security settings. You can create security tasks to remediate the security related issues on the devices. Under manage section, you can configure antivirus on the devices. You can enable BitLocker to encrypt the disk on the devices. You can manage firewall settings. So basically, the device security task can be managed from endpoint security section. The next section is reports. From here, you can access different types of reports like device compliance report, device configuration, group policy analytics, Windows updates, Microsoft Defender antivirus report, firewall report. All the reports are available in this particular section. So you can access most of the Intune reports from here. Next is users. If you want, you can create users from here as well, from Microsoft Endpoint Manager. You can create users from Azure Active Directory as well. And those users will be replicated to Endpoint Manager like you can see here. And if you'll create user in Microsoft Endpoint Manager, that particular account will be replicated to Azure AD as well. So you can manage the users from here also. Same way, if you want to create groups from Microsoft Endpoint Manager, you can create it from here. And the next section is tenant administration. So let's discuss this section as well, because most of the initial configuration for Intune is done from here. So under tenant status, you see this option, tenant details, connector status, service health, and message center. So let's talk about these options. Under tenant details, you will see your tenant name, MDM authority. In my case, it says Microsoft Intune. That means I'm going to use Microsoft Intune to enroll and manage my devices. You can see service release. That will show you the month and the year of the release date when a new update was pushed to your tenant for Microsoft Intune. And in my case, it says 2301. That means it is January and 2023. So January 2023, on this particular date, a new update was released to my Microsoft Intune tenant. Next, you can see total licensed users, how many licensed users you have in your tenant. You can see tenant location, where your tenant is located, in which data center your tenant is located, account status, total enrolled devices. As of now, there is no device enrolled in my tenant, so it says 0. And you can see how many Intune licenses you have in your tenant. Next is connector status. Connector status is used to review the status of all the connectors those are available for Microsoft Intune. These connectors are basically the connection that you have configured with external services like Google Play or Microsoft Store, or if you have created a certificate for Apple push notifications. All these tasks will create a connector with those services. So you can see all that information, all those connectors here. Next is service health and message center. Under this particular section, you will see if there is any service outage for Microsoft Intune, or if there is a feature release or change from Microsoft for Intune. You will see that information here. Next is remote help. Remote help is a premium add-on service that you can either get for trial or you can purchase it. Remote help can enable you to take remote of the devices. Depending on the permissions assigned, either you can view the screen or even you can have the full control of the device. Next is Microsoft Tunnel Gateway. This option is used to access on-premise resources using modern authentication. Next, you will find the other options that you can manage like filters, roles, Azure AD PIM, diagnostic settings, audit logs, device diagnostics. And next is customization under end user experience. So under customization, you can customize the enrollment page for the users when they will enroll the devices. So while working on the device enrollment and managing the devices, you will come across these options. You can configure organizational messages. You can create custom notifications, terms and conditions. We will discuss all these options in detail while we will set up our tenant for device enrollment. So while working on the device enrollment and while managing the devices, you will come across all these options. And I hope this walkthrough session will help you to get an understanding of Microsoft Endpoint Manager. Before we start today's session, I assume you have Office 365 tenant and you have Microsoft Intune supported licenses in your tenant. So let's customize our Microsoft Intune portal. To customize the portal, we will go to Tenant Administration and then go to Customization. The purpose of customizing the Intune portal is when your users will enroll their devices to your tenant, they will see the organization details while enrolling the devices. So they will be confident that they are enrolling their devices to the correct organization. Moreover, being an administrator, you can add help desk contact number or the contact email address for your IT support team so that the users can contact them if they come across any issues while enrolling the devices. So this is the purpose of customizing your Intune portal. So this is the default customization that is applied to all the users and all devices in your tenant. If you want to modify it, go to customization. Next to settings, click edit. Now here you can modify all these details. So let's talk about all these options one by one. Under organization name, you need to type the name of your organization. And you can choose color if you want. I'll go with standard. Next is theme color, show in header. So when users will try to enroll their devices, what information you want to show them? You want to show organization logo and the name as well, organization logo only, or the organization name only. I'll go with this option that says organization logo and name. Now here you need to choose the background color or the theme for your background color. So I'll go with the default, and next I'll upload the logo of my organization that will reflect while enrolling the devices. To add your company's logo, you will click on this folder icon that says select a file and simply select the file, the logo that you want to set. And next you can add the brand image as well. I'll leave it blank. Next is contact name for your support information for your IT support team. So for name, I will type administrator. Phone number, I'll go with this random number. Email address will be support@office365 concepts.com. Website name, if you have a website, you can add here as well. This is the URL for your website. Next is additional information. If you want to add some more information like the process of enrolling the devices or as per your requirement, if you want to add any additional information, you can add it here. So all this information will be visible. Users will see this information while enrolling their devices to your Intune portal. So next is device enrollment. Under here, you can select when users will try to enroll their devices. Do you want enrollment to be available? And if available, then whether they should receive prompts or not. Like the users will receive option to click yes or no. That's a prompt. Next is available, no prompts. That means device enrollment option will be available to the users, but during enrollment process, they will not receive any prompt to make the choice. And the third one is unavailable. If you select unavailable, that means device enrollment options will not be available to the users. So I'll go with this available with prompts. Next is privacy statement URL. If you have a privacy statements document, you can add the location of that document here. For example, localhost.com or any location for that particular document. And next, you can go through these details. We will discuss all these options in upcoming sessions. So let's click review and save. So you can simply click save. And now this policy is created. Next, we will configure terms and conditions. When users will try to enroll their devices to your tenant, they will have to accept these terms and conditions. If they will not accept, they will not be able to proceed with the enrollment process. You can configure terms and conditions as per your business requirement, like how users need to enroll their devices, what things they need to consider while accessing company resources, or what to do when their devices are stolen or lost. So to add terms and conditions, you will go to tenant administration. Under customization, you will see terms and conditions. Click on this option. Now, by default, there is no terms and condition policy created for your tenant. You will have to create it manually. So to create terms and conditions, you will click create, and here you will give it a name, for example, TRC. Click next. Now here you will give a title, for example, terms and conditions. Now here you can type as per your business requirement, but I already have copied this. So I'll simply paste it here. In your case, you can add it as per your business requirement. Once you have added the terms and conditions and the summary of terms, click next. Now it says assignments. Assignments means to whom you want to assign this policy. If you want to assign it to a particular user, to a group of users, or by default, you want to add it to all the users of your tenant. I want to add it to all the users. Click add all users. If you want to add a group, you can click add groups. You can create a group in your tenant. You can add users within your group, and then you can simply search the group here, add the group. That's it. But if you want to add all the users, click add all users. Now it says all users are added. If you want to remove this assignment, you can click remove. So once you have made the changes here, click next. You can review it, click create. So this way you can create terms and conditions in Intune portal. Next, we will configure device categories. Device categories allow you to easily manage the devices. For example, let's say if you have multiple departments in your organization like sales, IT, or HR, you can create a device category for each department. Then you can add devices within device categories as per the departments, and you can apply different policies on those devices as per their departments. So with the help of device category, what you can do, you can basically segment the devices as per their categories so that you can manage them easily. And you can assign different policies, different compliance policies or configuration policies as per their departments. So let's create device categories. And to create a device category, you will go to Intune portal, Microsoft Endpoint Manager, and then you will go to devices. Under devices, scroll it down, and here you will see device categories. Click on this option. By default, there is no device category created in your tenant. So you will have to create these categories manually as per your requirement. So to create a device category, you will click create device category, and you just need to type a name here. This is the name of the category, and click next. If you want to add description, you can add. This is optional. Click next. That's it. You don't have to assign it to anyone, and the device category is created. If you want to create another device category, let's say for HR department, next, there is nothing to assign. Next, create. That's it. Now let me show you how you can add these device categories within the groups. Now, if you want to create groups from Endpoint Manager, you can go to Groups, and from here you can create a new group. If you want to do it from Azure AD portal, you can go to Azure AD, and you can do it from here as well. So both are same thing. Let's do it from Microsoft Endpoint Manager. So let's create a security group. Select group type security, give it a name. Let's type group based on device category. No description. Assignment will be dynamic device because we are going to add devices within the group, and then go to add dynamic query. Now within dynamic query, what we are going to do, we are going to add the devices based on their categories. So here we will add device category, this one. Operator will be equals, let's say, sales. So now what will happen when a user will try to enroll a device within this tenant, he will select the device category as per his department. Let's say his department is sales. So as soon as he will select sales department or sales device category while enrolling the device, and the device will be enrolled successfully to the tenant, after that, that particular device will be added automatically within this security group. Because within this security group, we have added a condition that if device category is equal to sales, then add that device in this group. And when devices are added to the security group, you can simply apply policies on this security group, and all those devices will automatically inherit these policies from the group. So let's save this query and let's click create. So this security group is created. Now the next customization that we are going to do within our tenant is we are going to modify restrict device limits and the restrict devices as per their platform. So go to devices and look for enrollment device limit restrictions. By default, Microsoft Intune allows one user to enroll 5 devices. This is the default value. That means one user who has Microsoft Intune supported license assigned, that particular account can enroll 5 devices. But let's say you want to modify this value. So you will go to enrollment device limit restrictions under devices, and then you will click all users and all devices. Go to properties, next to device limit, click edit, and here you can modify this value. You can select maximum 15 devices. That means if you select 15, then one user who has Microsoft Intune license assigned, that particular user account can enroll 15 devices in your tenant. So let's change it back to 5. As per your requirement, you can modify the value and then click review and save. That's it. And if you want to create a new policy, let me close this as well. So go to create restrictions. You can create a new policy from here. Give it a name, test, next, and here you can select the device limit. Let's say 10, next, and click next. Now from here you can select the group, to which group of the users you want to assign this particular restriction. So like this, you can create a new restriction policy. Let me close this because I'm not going to create a new one. I'll stay with the default policy. So the next customization that we're going to discuss is enrollment device platform restrictions. So from here, you can decide which platform or which devices should be enrolled in your tenant and what platforms or what type of devices should be blocked to enroll in your tenant. So again, this is the default policy. If you want to modify or if you want to view this policy, click all users, go to properties and click edit next to platform settings. Click edit. Now from here, you can decide what sort of devices you can or your users can enroll and they cannot enroll. So it says Android Enterprise Platform Allow Block. If I select block and if I click save, that means any user who is using Android Enterprise, that particular device will not be enrolled in my tenant. If I select under versions, you can even specify the minimum version like 10, maximum 12. So within this range, users can enroll only these devices. Let's say if any Android device that is running on less than 10 Android version, like 9 or 8, that particular device will not enroll in your tenant. Same goes with maximum. Let me remove these values. And you can control personally on devices here as well. Let's say any Android enterprise device that is owned by the user, that should be blocked. Or if you want, you can allow it. Same goes with Android device administrator, iOS, iPad, Mac, Windows. You can select the Windows version, like you can type the version of the Windows here, minimum and maximum. You can control if the device is personally owned, that should be enrolled in your device, in your tenant, or that particular device should be blocked in your tenant. So that particular user will not be enrolled there, devices in your tenant. So you can control the device platform enrollment from here. As we know, before you start managing a device in Microsoft Intune, you need to first enroll that device. You can enroll a personally owned device as well as corporate owned device. There are two ways a Windows device can be enrolled in Microsoft Intune. Users can self-enroll their Windows devices, or an administrator can configure policies to force automatic enrollment without user involvement. If we further break down self-enrollment method, a user can self-enroll his personally owned device, that is also called Bring Your Own Device or BYOD. Users can register their personal devices with Azure AD to get access to the company resources. And these personal devices are enrolled to Microsoft Intune as BYOD or Bring Your Own Device. Users can self-enroll corporate-owned devices as well. Users will join these devices with Azure AD, and these devices will be enrolled with Microsoft Intune as corporate-owned devices. And the third type of self-enrollment method is Windows Autopilot. Windows Autopilot automates Azure AD join process, and it enrolls new corporate-owned devices in Microsoft Intune. We will discuss about Windows Autopilot in detail in one of the upcoming videos. But for now, just understand that Windows Autopilot simplifies out-of-box experience, and it removes the need to apply custom operating system images to the devices. Now, if we further break down administrator level enrollment, administrators can configure Active Directory group policy to automatically enroll hybrid Azure AD joint devices to Microsoft Intune. Co-management is a combination of on-premise configuration manager and Microsoft Intune. Co-management lets administrators to enroll their existing devices to Microsoft Intune. Those are already being managed by configuration manager. So this way, administrators can take benefit of both Microsoft Intune and configuration manager. Next type of admin level enrollment is device enrollment manager. Device enrollment manager is a type of permission that you can assign to the users who can enroll and manage corporate on devices. Next, we have bulk enrollment that allows a large number of devices to be joined with Azure AD and to enroll in Microsoft Intune. In bulk enrollment, administrators create a provisioning package. Then, using a USB, they install the provisioning package to automatically enroll the devices in Microsoft Intune. And the last method of admin level enrollment is enrolling Windows IoT core devices. In this type of enrollment process, first Administrators prepare the device using Windows IoT Core dashboard. Then they create a provisioning package using Windows Configuration Designer. And then using SD card media, they install the package to automatically enroll devices to Microsoft Intune. So depending on your business requirement, you can decide which enrollment method suits your requirement. Now let's talk about compliance policies. You must have heard about compliant device and non-compliant device. Most of the time, we come across issues where we enroll devices to Intune, but some of the devices are showing non-compliant. So what is compliant and non-compliant device? In nutshell, a compliant device is that meets the security requirements of your organization. Let's say this is a computer that we want to enroll to Microsoft Intune. It can be a personally owned computer or it can be a corporate owned computer. Now, as an administrator, I want that my device that will be enrolled to Microsoft Intune in my tenant, that particular device should have firewall and antivirus enabled. This is my security requirement, that every device that is going to be enrolled in my Microsoft Intune tenant should have firewall and antivirus enabled. So the administrator will create a compliance policy within Microsoft Endpoint Manager Admin Center. He will configure this policy as per their security requirements. That means he will configure settings like firewall and antivirus should be enabled, and will apply that policy to a group of users or devices. Now, if a user will try to enroll a device to Microsoft Intune that has firewall and antivirus enabled, that device will show as compliant in Endpoint Manager Admin Center. And if a user will try to enroll a device that has firewall disabled or antivirus is disabled, when that device will be enrolled to Microsoft Intune, that particular device will show as non-compliant device. Because this device doesn't meet the security requirements, those are configured within compliance policy. So this is what compliant device and non-compliant device is. Now, let's say I enrolled a device to Microsoft Intune and that device shows as compliant device. So after enrollment, if I manually disable firewall in that particular machine, after a few minutes when that device will sync with my endpoint manager, this device will show as non-compliant because I have disabled firewall within the machine. So that is the reason this machine will show as non-compliant in Microsoft Endpoint Manager. So basically, a compliance policy is used to make sure that the devices those are getting enrolled to Microsoft Intune are meeting the security requirements of your organization. So as we discussed, you define rules and settings in compliance policy that users and devices must meet to be compliant. In compliance policy, you can define what action you want to take on non-compliant devices. You can combine compliance policies with conditional access, and you can block the users or devices those do not meet the rules and settings defined within compliance policies. You can also monitor the compliance status using device compliance dashboard. Using dashboard, you can check how many devices are compliant and how many devices are non-compliant. You can drill down to the policies to troubleshoot them as well. So let's move towards our lab and let's create compliance policies. To create a compliance policy, you will go to devices, scroll it down, and then click compliance policies. Now from here, you can create a compliance policy. This is a default policy that is already created. If you want to create a new one, click create policy. And from here, you will select the platform. For which platform you want to create that particular compliance policy. You want to create it for Android device administrator, Android enterprise, Android AOSP, iOS, Linux, Mac operating system, or Windows devices. For example, let's say we want to create it for Windows devices. Now, I have shown you the way from devices and then compliance policies. Now let's say you want to create compliance policy only for Windows devices. So you will go to devices, then go to Windows, and then click compliance policies. Now if you will create a policy, you will see only Windows platform here. You will not see other platform. So let's say we want to create a compliance policy for Windows 10. So you will select the platform or the operating system, click create. Next, we need to give a name to this policy. For example, compliance policy for Windows 10. You can give any name of your choice. And if you want to add description, you can, but this is optional. Go next. Now from here, you can select what sort of settings you want to be enabled on the devices so that these devices can be compliant with your organization. For example, for this demo, I will configure firewall and antivirus as my requirement. So let's go to system security. You can go through all these options one by one, and it will be easier for you to find out what sort of settings you can find under which section. So related to firewall and antivirus, you will find under system security. So expand system security, and here you can see firewall. I want firewall should be enabled on the machine. Only then that particular machine will show compliant in my Intune portal, and antivirus as well. Now, what will happen whenever a device will be enrolled to Microsoft Intune? If that particular machine has firewall and antivirus enabled already, only then that particular machine will show compliant in my Intune portal. If let's say I have enabled firewall from here, that I say firewall is required, and in machine firewall is disabled, and that machine will enroll to Intune portal, that particular machine will show as non-compliant. So once you have made your selection as per your requirement, click next. Now you will see a default rule here under actions for non-compliance that says mark device non-compliant. So as soon as a device will not meet these requirements that you have configured here, when that device will be enrolled to Microsoft Intune, that device will be immediately marked as non-compliant. So if you want to create another rule like send email to end user, add devices to retire list, you can add the rule as well as per your requirement. And then go next, and under assignments, you need to define to which user, to which group, or to which device you want to assign this particular policy. Now, you might have a question that we are enrolling devices to Intune. So what is the purpose of applying these policies to the user accounts? So when you enroll a device to Intune, you use a user account that has Intune license assigned. So if I create a security group of users, and if I apply a policy on that particular security group, that policy will be applied on the user accounts automatically. And when I will use that account to enroll a device, the settings, those are defined within the policy, will be triggered on that particular device where I'm using the account to enroll that device. So either you can apply the policy to the user level or to the devices. But for this particular demo, I will create a security group. So let me open another window. If you want, you can manage users and groups from Endpoint Manager, or you can do it from Azure Active Directory as well. So let's go to new group. We will select security group here, and we will give it a name. Let's say devices sales team. We will assign users who are part of sales team within this group. And if you want to add description, you can add it, but that is optional. And let's go to dynamic device membership type, and then go to add dynamic query. So here we will add property device category. Operator will be equals, and here we will type sales. So that means we are creating a security group for the devices who will be part of sales device category. Basically, device category is to segment the devices basis on the department or basis on your requirement. So create this rule and then click save and then click create. So we have created this security group and we have added condition that says device category equals sales. So now when a user from sales department will try to enroll a device, he will select sales category while enrollment process, and that device will be added automatically within this particular security group. So now let's go back to compliance policy, and under assignments, we will add this particular group. So we will click add groups. Make sure you are adding it under included groups, not under excluded groups. So under included groups, click add groups. And here, look for this group that we just created, devices sales team, and then click select. So this particular group is added. As of now, there is no device or no user within this group because we haven't enrolled any device in Microsoft Intune. So click next. You can review your settings. If you want to make any changes, go back and make all those changes. Once done, click create. So this is how you create and apply compliance policy in Microsoft Endpoint Manager. Now let's talk about configuration policy. Configuration policy is used to apply and control settings on devices. You can create configuration policy in Endpoint Manager, apply that policy on devices or group of devices, and those settings will be applied automatically on the devices. You can configure settings like Wi-Fi settings on the machines, VPN settings, or security settings. If you're familiar with group policy in local AD, you can manage all those settings in Microsoft Intune. So to create a configuration policy, you will go to devices. If you want to check all the platforms, you can simply go to devices, scroll it down, go to configuration profiles. Now again from here, you will have to select the platform. But let's say if you want to create a configuration policy for a particular platform, like say devices or iOS, so you will go to that particular platform or the operating system, and then you will click configuration profiles. And to create a configuration profile, click create profile. Under platform, select the platform. And under profile type, you will see two options, settings catalog and templates. Settings catalogs is similar to group policy in local AD. You can find all these settings under settings catalog that you can apply on the devices. When you create the policy, you start from scratch. You add only the settings you want to control and manage. For example, you can use the settings catalog to create a BitLocker policy with all BitLocker settings. So select settings catalog and click create. Give it a name. Let's say Windows 10 config profile. Go next. Now from here, click add settings. And from here, you can add all these settings that you want to add, like network, printer, system settings, start menu, and taskbar. So whatever you can control with the help of local AD group policy, same thing you can do it from here as well. But apart from on-premise group policy settings, you will find lots of other settings in Microsoft Intune that you can control for the devices. So let me close this and let's go back. Let me reopen this window. Create profile, platform, and the other option or other profile type is templates. Under templates, you will find multiple templates that you can use to manage settings on the devices. For example, I will select device restrictions. Click create. Let's give it a name. For example, Windows 10 configuration profile. Go next. So this particular section is only for device restriction. Under device restriction, you can manage all these settings. You can allow or block App Store. You can control all these settings from here. You can control the storage, cloud printer. You can control the display or the general settings. You can even control the messaging settings on the machines, password settings. All these settings can be managed from Microsoft Intune and with the help of configuration profile. So for this particular demo, I'm going to use general, and under general, I'll disable OneDrive file sync, and I'll block removable storage as well. And apart from general, I will make some changes in Microsoft Defender antivirus. I will enable real-time monitoring and behavior monitoring. So as per your requirement, you can check all these settings. And once you have made the changes, you can click next. Under assignments, you can select to which group, to which user, or to which device you want to assign this particular policy. So for this demo, I'm going to use the same group, that is devices sales team. Select the group, click next. You can leave this as it is, applicability rules, click next. You can review these settings and then click create. So this is how you can create a configuration policy. So now when users will enroll devices and when they will select sales category while enrolling the device, this configuration profile will be applied on those particular devices. Automatic enrollment lets users to enroll their Windows devices in Microsoft Intune. To enroll devices, users add their Azure AD account to their personally owned devices or the corporate owned devices. And in the background, these devices are registered or joined to Azure Active Directory and are managed with Intune. To set up automatic device enrollment, you will go to Microsoft Endpoint Manager. You will go to Devices, go to Windows, Windows Enrollment, and then click Automatic Enrollment. You can manage these settings from Azure AD portal as well. Go to portal.azure.com, open Azure Active Directory, scroll these options down, and click Mobility, MDM, and MAM. Click Microsoft Intune, and you can see the same options here that you can see in Microsoft Endpoint Manager. Under MDM user scope, you can configure if you want to enable automatic enrollment for some of the users, like a group of users, or for all the users of your tenant. If you select none, that means automatic enrollment will be disabled for all the users. Your users will not be able to enroll their devices to Microsoft Intune. If you want to enable device enrollment for some of the users, like a group of users, you will select some, and then you need to select a group. It will be a security group. You can create a security group, add users within that security group, and add that security group here. So this way you can enable automatic enrollment for a set of users. And if you want to enable automatic enrollment for all the users of your tenant, you can click all and then click save. Now under MAM user scope, make sure this is disabled for now and click save. I want to enable automatic enrollment for all the users of my tenant, so I selected all and I clicked save. And make sure you do not make any change within these URLs. No changes are required here. Just configure if you want to enable it for set of users or for all, or if you do not want to enable it, and then click save. Now after this, you need to add CNAME record for your domain that you are using in your Azure AD tenant. This CNAME record will redirect the enrollment request to Intune servers. If you do not publish CNAME record for your domain, when users will try to enroll their devices, they will be prompted to enter Intune server details manually. So to simplify the enrollment process, you need to add CNAME record for your custom domain. So let me log into domain provider portal. So once you are logged into domain provider portal, go to DNS records for the domain. Under DNS records, you need to create two CNAME records. So the type of the DNS record will be CNAME. Value will be this. I will share these records in comment section. You can refer them. And name will be this, and the value is this one. TTL will be 1 hour, and click add, click save. And let's add one more. CNAME. Name will be this. This is the value. 1 hour TTL, add record, and click save. So that's it. We have added two CNAME records. Now let's go back to Endpoint Manager and go to Devices, Windows, Windows Enrollment, and click CNAME Validation. Now here under Domain, you need to type the domain name that you are using in Azure AD, and for that domain, you have added these two CNAME records. So enter the domain name and then click Test. So it says CNAME for Office 365 concepts.com is configured correctly. In case you get an error here, instead of configured correctly, it throws any error. So you can wait for a couple of minutes because sometimes DNS records take time for the replication. So you can check after a couple of minutes and it should pass. So this is how you set up automatic device enrollment for Windows devices. Now our users can start enrolling their devices with Microsoft Intune. Self-enrollment method is where users can self-enroll their devices to Microsoft Intune. As an administrator, you can share instructions to the users like how to enroll a device, and users can follow those instructions and they can enroll their devices to Microsoft Intune. This type of enrollment is called self-enrollment method. Before you enroll a device to Microsoft Intune, the user account that user will be using to enroll a particular device should have Intune supported license assigned. In my tenant, I have a user account with name Bob Ross. And this user account has Enterprise Mobility E5 license assigned. And as we can see here, Microsoft Intune Plan 1 is included within this license. So this user can use his account to enroll devices to Microsoft Intune. And before we start enrolling a device to Microsoft Intune, we will create a compliance policy and a configuration policy. We will apply these policies to a group, and that group will have only the corporate owned devices as a member. So how we can assign policies only to the corporate owned devices? To achieve this, we will create a security group in Azure AD. I'll show you step by step how you can do it. So go to groups, new group, select security, give it a name. For example, I'll give it a name, corporate owned Windows devices. I will leave description empty, and membership type will be dynamic device because we are going to add devices within this group. Next, we will go to add dynamic query. And under property, we will select device ownership. Device ownership, and operator will be equal. and the value will be company. Now let me explain this to you. When you enroll a device to Microsoft Intune, be it a personal device or a corporate on device, when you go to devices, for example, let's consider an example for Windows device. So here you will see all the devices, those are enrolled in Microsoft Intune. And under ownership, it will show you if that device is a corporate on device or it is a personal device. So within this group, we are adding only the corporate owned devices. If you have enrolled a personal owned device or personally owned device to Microsoft Intune, the ownership will be personal. And in case you have enrolled a corporate owned device, then the ownership will be corporate. But when you will create a group, a security group in Azure AD, and when you will create a query to add corporate on devices within the security group, you will use the property device ownership and the value will be company. For corporate on devices, you will type company, not corporate. For personally on devices, you will add value personal, and for corporate on devices, you will add value company. So this way you can add corporate owned devices within a security group. We will add one more query here, and device operating system type equals Windows. So that means only the Windows devices, and those are company owned or the corporate owned devices, will be added within this particular group. So create such query and click save, click create, and this group will be created. However, if you will check the membership type or you will check the members of this security group, you will not see the devices as of now because we haven't enrolled any device to Microsoft Intune. So this is the group that we created, and let's go to members. It says there is no member because there is no device enrolled yet. There are many other conditions that you can use within the security group, but for this demo, I have used these two conditions. So let me close this. And now we will go to Endpoint Manager and let's create compliance policy. We are going to create compliance policy for the Windows devices. So we will go to Devices, Windows, and here we will click Compliance Policies. Click Create Policy. This is the default policy. We will create a custom policy. Select platform, Windows 10 and later. Click Create. Let's give it a name. For example, Windows 10 Corporate Devices. And click Next. Let's make some changes here within these settings. Let's say under System Security, select Firewall. For example, I want firewall to be enabled. I want firewall should be enabled on that particular device, else mark that device as non-compliant. I want antivirus as well. And let's click Next. Under Actions for Non-Compliance, you will see a default rule that says mark device non-compliant immediately. If you want to create another rule, you can create it from here, like send email to end user, add device to retire list. As per your requirement, you can create that rule. But by default, it says as soon as that device is not meeting these conditions, firewall and antivirus is not enabled on that device that you're going to enroll to Microsoft Intune, mark that device as non-compliant immediately. Next is assignments. Under assignments, you can assign this policy either to groups, to devices, or to users. We are going to add a group under this policy that we just created, that is corporate owned Windows devices. Select. So this policy will be applied only to this group, and all the devices that will be member of this group will inherit this policy from this group. So click next, review your changes. If you want to make any changes, go back, make the changes and click create. So we have created compliance policy. Now let's go to Windows devices again and let's create configuration profile. Let's create a profile, select platform, Windows 10, and under profile type, we will select templates. You can review all these settings and you can select any setting that you want to enforce on the device as per your business requirement. For this demo, I will be selecting device restrictions category. Click create and give it a name. For example, Windows 10 corporate devices. Go next. Now under device restrictions categories, you will see these many settings that you can configure or you can control on the machine. You can control App Store settings, connectivity settings, cloud storage settings. You can control printer settings, control panel settings, display settings. You can control almost all of these settings from Microsoft Intune. For this demo, I'm going to use general settings, like I'll go to general and I'll block OneDrive on this machine that I'm going to enroll. I'll disable USB and that's it. So let's go to next. Under assignments, again, we are going to add the same group, corporate on Windows devices. Click select. This group is added. Click next. No changes are required here. Click next. Review your changes. Click create. So we have created configuration profile as well. Now let's enroll Windows 10 device to Intune. I have this Windows 10 machine. This is hosted on VMware Workstation, and I'm going to enroll this device to Microsoft Intune. This is a corporate device, so we will be joining this device to Azure Active Directory. The difference between personally owned and corporate owned device is, in personally owned devices, users will use their personal credentials to log into the device. And in corporate owned devices, users will use Azure Active Directory credentials to log into the machine. This is the difference between personally owned and corporate owned device. Since this is a corporate owned device, we will join this device with Azure AD. If you want to enroll a personal device, you will register that device with Azure AD. I have discussed Azure Active Directory registered and Azure AD joined devices in detail in Azure Active Directory series. In case you have missed that series, I'll share the link within the description and you can go through it. So in order to enroll a corporate owned Windows 10 device, you will go to settings, go to accounts, access work or school, click connect. And click join this device to Azure Active Directory. Now here you need to type the username of the Azure AD account that has Microsoft Intune license assigned. I have one account with name bob at office365concepts.com. Enter password. Sign in. Now here I can see the terms and conditions that we configured in our tenant in one of the previous videos. Now here I'm getting an option to accept and decline. If I decline, I will not be able to proceed with the enrollment. I have to accept these terms and conditions. So I'll click accept. So now this is asking you to confirm if this is the right organization to which you're going to join this device. This is connecting to office365concepts.com. That is the domain that I'm using in my tenant. I'm using these credentials to join this device to Azure AD, and the user type will be administrator. So click join. So it says the device is connected to Office 365 concepts. When you are ready to use this new account, select the start button, select your current account picture, switch account and log in with this account, that is Azure Active Directory account. So click done and go to account, switch user, click other user, and let's log in with Azure Active Directory account here. Now this will ask you to create a PIN. So click next. So create a PIN here. So this is done. Click OK. And now we are logged in. So let's go to settings. Under settings, go to accounts, access, work or school. And here we can see the account that we use to join and enroll this device to Intune. Now, when you join a device with Azure Active Directory, you see only disconnect option. But if you see info, that means this device is enrolled with Microsoft Intune as well. So if you see info next to disconnect, that means this particular device is enrolled with Microsoft Intune. Now let's go to command prompt and let's check the status of this device enrollment. So let's type, let me maximize the font. Let's type DSREG CMD status. So here we can see Azure AD joined yes. And if you will check here, you can see other details as well, like device ID, thumbprint, and other details, but we have to check MDM URL. You see here MDM URL, terms of use that we created. This is the compliance URL, and this is the MDM enrollment URL. If you see these URLs here, that means this device is successfully enrolled with Microsoft Intune. Next, you can see Azure AD PRT is set to yes. That means seamless single sign-on is enabled on this device. So let's go back to our Azure Active Directory tenant. First, let's verify this device in Azure AD. Go to devices, all devices. We can see this device is joined here with Azure AD. Owner of this device is Bob Ross. MDM is Microsoft Intune. That means we are managing this device with Microsoft Intune. It is compliant. That means the firewall and antivirus is enabled on this particular device. And if you want to check other details, you can click on the device. You can check all the attributes from here. And let's go to Endpoint Manager, Devices, Windows. Under Windows devices, we can see this device is enrolled with Microsoft Intune. Now here you see ownership, it says corporate. That means this is company owned or corporate owned device. Apart from that, if you want to check the properties of this device in Endpoint Manager, you can click on the device and it will list all the properties. You can see the device name here, ownership, serial number of this device, the user, that is the account that we use to enroll this device, enrolled by Bob Ross. It is compliant and operating system is Windows, and the device model is VMware because this particular device is hosted on VMware. This is not a physical machine, it's a virtual machine. Now let's go to machine. And let's understand how to sync a device from machine itself. So go to settings, Again, you will go to accounts, and within accounts, you will click access work or school, and then you will click info. Now, under info, you will see a button that says sync. If you want to sync this particular device with Microsoft Endpoint Manager or Intune portal, let's say the administrator has enrolled a new policy in Endpoint Manager and you want to pull those policies in this machine. So you will click sync. This device will connect with the MDM server to your tenant, and it will fetch, it will collect all the new changes. Those are done within Intune portal. And here you can see the last attempted sync in progress. This is the date and time when the sync was initiated. And let me show you how you can sync a device from Microsoft Endpoint Manager. If you'll go to devices, click on the device, and here you will see sync. You need to click on the sync option and click yes. It says Intune will attempt to check in with this device. If successful, it will sync current actions or policies to the device. Would you like to continue? So you can click yes, and it will push the new changes or the new policies that you have created in Intune to the device. So this is how you sync a device from Endpoint Manager. If you want to do it from machine, you can do it from here. So let's go back to Endpoint Manager and let's push a sync. So it says sync initiated. Now, if you remember, we created a security group in Azure AD, and that time it was not showing any member. This is the group that we created. So let's go to this group and let's verify the changes now. So now you can see here this device is added within this group as a member. And now if I'll go back to device properties, let me show you again. Go to Windows, go to Windows devices, click on the device, and under device properties, click device compliance. It will show you the compliance policies. Those are applied on the device. So here we can see this Windows 10 corporate devices. This is the compliance policy that we created, and we applied that policy on the security group. So this is applied and it says it is compliant. Now let me show you one thing. Let's go back to device. Let me minimize this and let's go to firewall. So what I'll do, I'm going to disable firewall on this machine. So let's turn it off, click OK. So this is disabled now. Let's go back to account, sync. Now let's wait for a couple of minutes. And here we can see this device is showing compliant. It should become as non-compliant. So while this sync is running, let me show you how to collect logs or what logs we can collect to troubleshoot device enrollment issues. Let's go back to machine and let's go to here within account and access work or school account. So here under sync, you will see create report. It says advanced diagnostic report. Your IT or support person may want additional information to help with troubleshooting. Click on create report and this will generate a report in this location. So click export. And now let's go to this location. That is C drive, users, public, and public documents. And here we can see MDM diagnostics. You can open this file. Now within this file, you will see, you will find all the details related to this particular machine. Machine name, organization name, operating system, processor, to which organization this machine is joined or managed, when was the last successful sync initiated, to which server it is connected. You can see other options like which policies are configured on this particular machine. You will find lots of information within this file. So this is the one file that you can collect if you are troubleshooting device enrollment issues. Apart from this particular report, you can collect event viewer logs as well. So go to event viewer logs. In the meantime, let's see the status of this device. Let me refresh. So now you can see it says non-compliant because I have disabled firewall in this particular machine. Let's go back and let's enable firewall. Let's enable it. Click OK. So it's enabled. Let me minimize this browser. Settings and click sync. After a few minutes, this device will sync again and it will show compliant. So let's go to event viewer and let's see what sort of logs we can collect for device enrollment issues. So within event viewer logs, you will go to applications and services logs, expand Microsoft, expand Windows, and here you will look for device management. Let me expand it. Device management enterprise diagnostic provider. You will look for these logs. Click on admin. And here you will see all the logs related to the device enrollment. Moreover, you can use a command to collect MDM logs to troubleshoot device enrollment issues. So you will go to command prompt. And in command prompt, you will type MDM diagnostics tool -out. Out will have the parameter where you want to store this MDM diagnostic tool logs. So I want to save it in C drive and I want to save it in a folder with name MDM. Hit enter. So it says report location folder C drive in MDM folder. So this will generate few files within this folder. So let's go to C drive. And here we can see MDM folder and we can see these many logs. These are the MDM event viewer logs. This is the MDM diagnostic report. And these are the event viewer logs to troubleshoot the enrollment process. So this is how you can collect these logs. And let's verify the status of this device in Intune. So now it says compliant because we have enabled firewall on this machine. As we discussed in the previous session, the personally on device is where you log in with your personal credentials, where you use your personal account and password to log into the machine. That is the personally owned device. This is a Windows 10 machine where I'm logged in with a personal account. This machine is hosted on VMware Workstation, and I will be using this machine for this particular demo. So let's go to Endpoint Manager. And I already have a user account created in Azure Active Directory with name John Smith. And this account has Microsoft Intune license assigned. So this user has Enterprise Mobility and Security E5 license, and this particular license has Intune plan included. So I will be using this particular account to enroll a personal Windows 10 device. We will also create a compliance policy and a configuration profile, and we will apply these two policies only on the personal devices. So for this, we will create a security group, new group, give it a name. Let's give it a name like personal Windows devices. And under membership type, we will select dynamic device, go to add dynamic query. Now, as I said, we will create compliance policy and configuration profile, and we will apply these two policies only on the personally owned Windows devices. So for this, we will create condition. So the first condition will be device ownership. Device ownership equals personal, and we will add one more condition, and device operating system type equals Windows. So this means any device that has operating system Windows and the device ownership of that device is personal. When you go to Endpoint Manager in Devices, Windows, in the last session we enrolled a corporate on device, and under ownership it says corporate. But when you will enroll a personally owned device, no matter you're enrolling Windows, iOS, or Android, under ownership, it will show personal. So here in group, we are defining that the device ownership equal personal and device operating system equals Windows. So any device that has Windows operating system and is personally owned, that particular device will be added in this group. So create this query, click save, and create the group. So personal Windows devices security group is created. Now let's go back to Endpoint Manager, and we will go to Devices, Windows Devices, and we will click Compliance Policies, because we will create a compliance policy for Windows devices. So click Compliance Policies, click Create Policy, select Platform, Windows 10 and later, click Create. And here we will give it a name, Personal Windows Devices. Next. Now here you can go through these settings. You can select any setting as per your requirement, as per your organization security requirements. We have discussed how compliance policy works. If you have missed that video, you can go through this series and you will be able to understand how compliance policy works. So for this particular demo, I'll select very basic options like firewall and antivirus. Click next. Now under actions for non-compliance, I'll go with default that says if a particular device doesn't meet these two requirements, firewall and antivirus, the one that we configured, these two conditions, if any device doesn't meet these conditions, then mark that device as non-compliant in Microsoft Intune. If you want to change the rule, you can select any other rule as well from here. Click next. Under assignments, we will add the security group that we just created. So the name is Personal Windows Devices. Select the group. This is added. Click next, review the changes, and click create. So we have created compliance policy for personal Windows devices. Now we will again go to devices, Windows, and now we will click configuration profiles, create profile, select platform Windows 10 and later. Under profile type, we will select templates, and here we will select, let's select device restrictions, click create, give it a name, personal Windows devices, click next. And here again, you can check these settings. You can select any setting as per your requirement that you want to enforce to the device. I'll select General Settings, and under General, I'll disable OneDrive file sync and I'll disable removable storage. So click Next. Under Assignments, we are going to add the same group for personal Windows devices. Select, click Next. No changes required here. Review the changes. If you want to make any other changes, you can go back and you can select the settings again and go Next, 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 and click Create. So this is how you can create a configuration profile. Now, if we go back to group, as of now, we will not see any device or any member in this group because we haven't enrolled the device yet. So now let's go back to machine and let's enroll this Windows device to Intune. Since this is a personal device, we will be registering this device with Azure AD. So we will go to Settings, and under Settings, we will go to Accounts, go to Access Work or School, click Connect. If you want to join a particular device with Azure AD, you will select this option, Join this device to Azure Active Directory. If you want to join a machine with local AD domain, your on-premise Active Directory domain, in that case, you will select this option, Join this device to a local Active Directory domain. And if you want to register device with Azure AD, you will type your email address here. And if you're enrolling this device to Intune, make sure that particular account has Intune supported license assigned. So I will be using here john@office365concepts.com. Enter the password. We can see the terms and conditions that we created in our tenant. And here we can see option to accept or decline. If I click decline, I will not be able to proceed with the enrollment. So we will select accept. Let's click next. So now this is asking me to add authentication method, and this will ask me to create a PIN. So let me scan this QR code. Click next. Next, click done. So it says you are all set. We have added your account successfully. You now have access to your organization's apps and services. Click done. And here we can see the account is added. Now, as we discussed in the previous session, when you register or join a device to Azure AD, you see disconnect. But when a device is enrolled with Intune, you will see info button also. Under info, you will find the information related to the sync, and you can create report as well. We will discuss this later. And let's go back. Now let's go to Endpoint Manager and Azure Active Directory as well. And let's verify if this device is showing here or not. Let me close this window. Go to Azure Active Directory. Go to Devices, All Devices. And here we can see one device is registered and the owner is John Smith. MDM is Microsoft Intune. That means we are managing this device with the help of Microsoft Intune. This device is compliant as per the security requirement that we defined in compliance policy. If you want to check the attributes of this device, you can click on the device and you can check the attributes from here. And now let's go back to device and let's verify the enrollment status. So let's go to command prompt, and here let me maximize this and increase the font. So here we will run dsregcmd status, hit enter. So here we can see Azure AD joined is set to no, because we have registered this device to Azure AD. So it should say workplace joined yes. This indicates this device is registered with Azure AD. And we should see MDM URL as well. So here you can see workplace MDM URL, which is your Intune server. And so let's verify in Microsoft Intune portal or the Endpoint Manager portal. Go to devices, Windows devices, and here we can see this personal device. Ownership says personal. So this personal device has been enrolled in Microsoft Intune and this device is compliant. If you want to check the properties, you can click on the device. If you want to sync the device with Endpoint Manager, let's say if administrator has created a new profile or a new policy within Endpoint Manager, and if you want to force those policies or the applications to the device, you can click sync, click yes, and this particular device will sync with the Endpoint Manager. And rest you can see the properties here: serial number, device ownership, personal, owner of the device, and if it is compliant or not, operating system, device model. It says VMware because this particular device is hosted on VMware Workstation. And now let's verify if this particular device is added within the security group that we created. So let's go to groups and go to personal Windows devices, go to members, and here we can see this device is added as a member of this group. Now let's go back to machine and let me show you how to collect logs if you are facing any issues with device enrollment or with the syncing the device. So let me show you from the beginning. Let me close this window, minimize the command prompt. You will go to settings. Under settings, you will go to accounts, access work or school. You will click your email address that you use to register this device. Here you will see info, click on info. From here you can sync this device with Endpoint Manager. Like I have demonstrated you can synchronize or you can push the changes from Endpoint Manager by clicking on sync. In the same way, if you want to synchronize a device with Endpoint Manager for the latest updates, you can click on sync. This device will sync with Endpoint Manager. Here you can see the sync progress and the date and time when the last sync was initiated. Under Advanced Diagnostic Report, you will see Create Report. Click on this and it will generate a report in this location: C drive, users, public, documents, MDM diagnostics. Click on export and let's go to this location, that is C drive, users, public documents, MDM diagnostics. So here you can see this file. You can open this file with the browser. And here you can see all the details of this device along with the configuration and the policies those are enforced on this particular device. You'll find all the settings of the device in this particular file. Apart from this file, let me minimize this and this. Apart from this, you can go to Event Viewer. And in Event Viewer, expand Applications and Services Logs, expand Microsoft, expand Windows, and here you will look for Device Management. Let me expand it. Device Management Enterprise Diagnostics Provider. Expand this, click on Admin Logs, and here you will see all the logs related to the device management. If you want, you can go through these logs And if you want to share these logs with the administrator or the IT department for the further investigation or troubleshooting the device enrollment failure or any issue related to the sync or profile not getting configured, policies are not getting pushed, you'll find all the logs here. Apart from these logs, you can run a command in command prompt, that is mdm diagnostics tool -out. Here you will type the location where you want to create this particular file. So under C drive, there will be a folder created with name MDM, and all the diagnostic logs will be exported to this folder. Hit enter. So let's go to C drive. Here we can see MDM folder, and here you will see all the MDM logs or Intune logs in this particular folder. So you can go through these logs for further investigation. And one thing I missed to show you, the compliance policy and the configuration policy that we applied. So go to devices, Windows devices, personal device, click on the device, and here you will click device compliance. So here we can see personal Windows devices. This compliance policy is applied on this particular machine, and these are two options that we enabled within this compliance policy, antivirus and firewall. So this device is compliant because antivirus and firewall both are enabled on this particular machine. And same way you can check device configuration. Here we can see personal Windows devices configuration profile is applied on this machine, and we disabled OneDrive file sync and removable storage in this particular profile. So these two are applied on the machine. So we have discussed how to enroll a corporate owned and personal owned Windows device to Intune. Now there is one more way to enroll Windows devices to Intune, and that is using company portal. We will cover this enrollment method in next video, and we will enroll Windows 11 device using company portal. So this is how you enroll a personally owned Windows device to Microsoft Intune. When we enroll Windows 11 machine using company portal app, that device is enrolled as a personal device in Microsoft Endpoint Manager. That means when you will go to devices, Windows, so that particular device will reflect as personal under ownership. Also, that device will be added to Azure Active Directory as Azure AD registered device. In Azure Active Directory, I already have a couple of users who have Microsoft Intune license assigned. For example, I have John Smith and Bob Ross. And this particular account has Enterprise Mobility plus Security E5 license assigned, and this particular license has Microsoft Intune Plan 1 integrated. So I will be using Bob Ross account to enroll Windows 11 machine using company portal app. And in the previous session, we created compliance policy and configuration policy for personal Windows device. So we will be using the same compliance policy, this one, personal Windows devices. And this particular policy is enforced on this security group, personal Windows devices. So if we go to Azure AD groups, and here is the group personal Windows devices, go to dynamic membership rule. This rule says if the device ownership is personal and device operating system is Windows, that particular device will be added within this security group. So this particular compliance policy is enforced on this group. And same way, in previous session, we created configuration profile for personal device, and that is personal Windows devices configuration profile. In this profile as well, we have a security group added. This one, personal Windows devices, same group that I have shown you here, this one. So we are going to use these two policies, compliance policy and configuration profile. So let's go to Windows 11 machine. This is the machine that I will be using in this particular demo. This Windows 11 machine is hosted on VMware Workstation. Instead of using company portal app, there are other ways as well that you can use to enroll a Windows 11 device. Let me show you those ways as well. You will go to settings. In settings, go to accounts. Under accounts, go to access work or school. Now, if you are going to register a personal Windows 11 device or you're going to enroll a personal Windows 11 device, you will click connect. And here you will type the email address and the password of Azure AD account that has Microsoft Intune supported license assigned. And if this is a corporate owned Windows 11 device, you will click this option, join this device to Azure Active Directory. If you want to join this device with your on-premise AD domain, you will select this option, join this device to a local Active Directory domain. Now let's say this device is already registered or joined with Azure Active Directory, but now you want to enroll this device to Microsoft Intune. So make sure first that account that you're going to use has Microsoft Intune license assigned, and then you will click enroll only in device management. Here you will type the email address and the password of that account, and this device will be enrolled to Microsoft Intune. But for this particular demo, we are going to use company portal app to enroll this Windows 11 personal device, because in previous two sessions, we have already discussed how to enroll a corporate owned and personally owned Windows 10 machine. So to enroll a Windows 11 device using company portal app, we need to download first company portal app from Microsoft Store. So we'll go to Microsoft Store. In search section, we will type company portal. Select this option. So this is the app that we need to download first. So we will click install. So once this application is installed, open the application. Let me maximize the screen. Now here we will use the email address and the password of Azure AD account that has Microsoft Intune supported license assigned. So for this demo, I'm going to use Bob Ross account. That is bob at office365concepts.com. Next, enter the password and click OK. So this is asking me to approve the sign-in because in one of the previous videos, when we enrolled a corporate on Windows 10 machine, I added Bob at office365concepts.com in my authenticator app. So I will approve the sign-in. So it says you are all set. We have added your account successfully. You now have access to your organization's apps and services. Click done. Now here we can see two device categories. If you're following this series from the beginning, in one of the previous sessions, we created device categories. We created two categories, one sales and one HR. So let's say this particular user who is using or who is enrolling this device to Intune, that particular user belongs to sales department of my company. So he will select sales and he will select done. Now what will happen? We have created a security group in Azure AD and we have created a condition in that group. Let me show you. Let's go to Azure AD and let me close this. We can see groups here. So this is the group. devices sales team. If you go to dynamic membership rule, it says if device category equals sales, that means when I'll enroll a device and if I'll select sales category while enrolling the device, that particular device will automatically be added within this group. This one, devices sales team. So this is the purpose of creating a device category so that you can segment your devices as per your departments. So let's go back to machine. So this is enrolled now. This machine is enrolled with Microsoft Intune. Now, when you enroll a device using company portal, you can manage multiple options using company portal itself. For example, if you go to apps, from here, you can install the applications. Those are enforced or added by an administrator in Endpoint Manager. We will talk about applications later, but from here also you can manage the applications, provided administrator has enforced those applications on your machine. Apart from this, if you want to sync your device, you can sync it from settings. In company portal, you will go to settings, you will click sync, and from here, this machine will sync with Endpoint Manager and it will fetch the recent updates. Those are updated by an admin on the Endpoint Manager. Apart from this, you can select the theme and there are other details as well. Now, if you go back to settings, here under accounts, access work or school, we can see this account is added here. Now, as we discussed in one of the previous sessions, if you see only disconnect option, that means either this device is registered with Azure AD or it is joined with Azure AD. But if you see info option also, that means this device or this machine is enrolled to Microsoft Intune. So if you see info, that means this particular machine is enrolled to Intune. Now, if you go to info, like you can see the options in Windows 10, same way you can sync device from here with Endpoint Manager. If you want to create a diagnostic report, you can click create report and this report will be created here. C drive, users, public, documents, MDM diagnostics, click export, go to C drive. Let's go to C drive. In C drive, you will go to users, public documents, MDM diagnostics, and here you can see this report. So you can open this report with a browser and you can go through this report. You will find lots of information here related to the device configuration and the MDM enrollment. Apart from this report, let's verify the device status in command prompt. Let me maximize this. So let's run dsregcmd/status. Now this device is not joined with Azure AD. This is not joined with on-premise AD, but it should say workplace joined. It says yes. That means this device is registered with Azure AD and we can see workplace MDM URL as well. So this means this device is enrolled with Microsoft Intune. Now let's go to Azure Active Directory. First, let's verify if this device is added within the groups. Let me refresh the page. So first, let's verify the category. This is the group where we have added the category sales. Go to members. We can see this device is added here. The display name is DQ0. Let's verify once. Go to command prompt, type host name. This is the same DQ0. So this device is added as per the sales category. And let's verify the other group. Personal Windows devices, members. It's added here as well, DQ0. Now go to Microsoft Intune portal or Endpoint Manager portal. Go to devices, Windows devices. And here we can see this device is enrolled. It's compliant. and ownership says personal. Let's verify in Azure AD under devices. We should see this device as registered with Azure AD. So go to devices, all devices, and here we can see Q0, Azure AD registered, owner is Bob Ross, MDM, Microsoft Intune. That means this device is enrolled with Microsoft Intune and we are using Microsoft Intune to manage this device. It says compliant, and if you want to check more attributes, you can click on the device and from here you can check the attributes. Apart from this, in Microsoft Endpoint Manager, let's click on the device. Now, if you want to synchronize this device from Endpoint Manager, you will click sync, click yes. Now this device will sync with Endpoint Manager. So that means if you run sync from device, in that case, it's a pull action. But when you sync a device from Endpoint Manager, then it is push action. That means from Endpoint Manager, you are pushing the policies, and from machine, you are pulling the policies. Those are configured in Endpoint Manager. And let's check the device compliance policies. And we can see here personal Windows devices is applied. Configuration profile, it's not synced yet. So we might have to wait for some time, but in a couple of minutes, it will reflect here. So we can see everything is working fine, and we have successfully enrolled a Windows 11 device using company portal. If you have a device that is already hybrid Azure AD joined, you can enroll that device to Microsoft Intune so that you can manage and control that device from Endpoint Manager. You can deploy or remove applications on that device from Endpoint Manager. You can apply conditional access policies. You can wipe the device. So in nutshell, when a device is enrolled in Intune, you can have a complete control over that device from Endpoint Manager. If you are new to Hybrid Azure AD Join feature, I have uploaded a complete series for Azure AD and have discussed Hybrid Azure AD Join feature in detail. I will share the link in description of that video and you can go through it. But for this demo, just understand that when a device is joined with on-premise Active Directory and is registered with Azure AD as well, that device is called Hybrid Azure AD Joined Device. There are multiple ways to enroll a Hybrid Azure AD Joined device to Microsoft Intune. You can use group policy to enable auto enrollment, or you can use Windows Autopilot with the help of a connector to enroll Hybrid Azure AD Joined devices to Microsoft Intune. But for this particular demo, we will create a group policy in on-premise Active Directory so that we can automate the enrollment process for Hybrid Azure AD Joined devices. So before you proceed with this process, you need to meet certain prerequisites. You need to make sure that you have Hybrid Azure AD Joined deployed in your tenant, and your devices should be reflecting in Azure AD as Hybrid Azure AD Joined devices. So to verify this, you can go to Azure Active Directory, you can go to devices, all devices, and here we can see one device is showing as Hybrid Azure AD Joined device. And same thing can be verified from the machine itself. If you'll go to the Windows machine, that is Hybrid Azure AD Joined. And if you go to command prompt, in command prompt, you can run dsregcmd/status. Hit enter. Now here we can see it says Azure AD joined yes and domain joined yes. That means this particular device is joined with your on-premise Active Directory, and this is the domain name for your on-premise AD, as well as it is registered with Azure Active Directory also. And the next prerequisite for enrolling Hybrid Azure AD joined device is the version of operating system. If you're using Windows 10, You need to make sure the version of the operating system is 1709 or later. You can verify the version from here. You can go to run, type here winver, hit enter, and this will show you the version of the operating system. Next, you need to verify if auto enrollment is enabled in your Microsoft Intune tenant. So let's go to Endpoint Manager. You will go to Devices. Under Devices, you will go to Windows because we are enrolling the Windows device. And under Windows devices, you will go to Windows Enrollment. And here you will click Automatic Enrollment. If you're watching this series from the beginning, we have already discussed this and we have already configured this. So from here, you can control the auto enrollment of devices in your tenant. If you select none, that means no one will be able to enroll device in your tenant. Some is for groups, a group of the users. All means for all of the users, auto enrollment is configured in your tenant. So either you can select some or all as per your business requirement, and make sure MAM user scope is set to none. So we have verified this also. So with this, we have met all the prerequisites. Now the next step is we need to create a group policy in our local Active Directory. So go to your domain controller and here go to Group Policy Management. Now first we will create a group policy and then we will link that particular group policy to an OU or organizational unit where our machines are stored. Now, if we go to users and computers, so in my on-premise environment, I have created one folder or one OU with name synced, and the device that is hybrid Azure AD joined. This device is placed inside this OU. So I will create a group policy and then I will link that group policy to this OU. So let's go back to group policy management. Now here what you will do, right click on group policy object, click new, give it a name, for example, hybrid auto enroll GPO. For example, you can give it any name, click OK. Next, you need to expand group policy objects. Under this, you will find the GPO that you just created. Right click on it, click edit. And here, let me expand it. Under computer configuration, you will expand policies, administrative templates, Windows components, and then look for MDM. Under MDM folder, you will see one group policy that says enable automatic MDM enrollment using default Azure AD credentials. Double click on this policy, enable this policy, and where it says select credential type to use, here you will see two options, device credential or user credential. You will select user credential, click apply, click OK. So this GPO is created. Now the next step is we will link this particular group policy with the OU where our device is stored and the OU is synced. So let's go back to group policy management. Let's close this window. Now here you can see this OU synced where our device is stored. You will right click on this OU and then click link an existing GPO. Now here you will select the GPO that you just created, hybrid auto enroll GPO, and click OK. So this particular GPO is linked with this OU. Now let's go to the machine, the Windows 10 machine, and in command prompt, we will type gp update/force so that this group policy can be replicated immediately. So the group policy has been completed. Now let's run dsregcmd/status, hit enter. We might have to restart this machine, but let's give it a try. So here we can see MDM URL, MDM2 URL, and MDM compliance URL. So looks like this machine is enrolled to Microsoft Intune. Now let's go to Endpoint Manager, Windows, Windows, Windows devices. Let's refresh the page. This is not yet enrolled. Let's go back to machine and let's restart this machine. And let's go to settings. In settings, go to accounts, access work or school. And here we can see this on-premise account. And we can see info option here as well. That means this device is enrolled with Microsoft Intune. You can see this sync option. You can synchronize your device from here with your endpoint manager. And from here, you can create diagnostic report as we have discussed in previous sessions. Now, one thing I missed to inform you that during the prerequisites or during meeting the prerequisites, there is one prerequisite when you enroll hybrid Azure AD joint devices with your Microsoft Intune, the user account that you will be using in Windows machine, that particular account should be synchronized to Azure Active Directory. Go to Domain Controller in Users and Computers. For my scenario, I have this account, hybrid user, that I'm using to log in this machine, in Windows 10 machine. And same account is synchronized to Azure Active Directory. In users, you can see here hybrid user. This is the account that is synchronized from on-premise AD. And this account has Enterprise Mobility plus Security E5 license assigned. And this license has Microsoft Intune Plan 1 service included. So I missed to inform you this. So this is one of the prerequisites. Now, after this, let's go to devices. We have verified the configuration from machine. Now let's go to devices, all devices. So here we can see this hybrid Azure AD joint device. Owner is hybrid user. MDM says Microsoft Intune. Compliance says yes. Now let's go to Endpoint Manager, devices, all devices, Windows. And here as well, let me verify the display name. It's 9NK. 9NK. So it says ownership corporate, compliance compliant, operating system Windows. Now, if you remember in one of the previous videos, we created a security group for corporate devices. Since this is a corporate device, the ownership is corporate. So this particular device should be added in that particular security group. So go to groups. And this is the group that we created, corporate on Windows device. If you want to verify the dynamic rule, so it says device ownership equals companies for the corporate devices, and device operating system equals Windows. So that means any Windows machine that has device ownership as corporate, that particular device will be added in this group. Let's go to members. And here we can see 9NK, this device is added in this group. Now let's go back to device properties in Endpoint Manager. So from here you can check the attributes. From here you can check the properties of this device. Now let me show the compliance policy. Go to device compliance. And here you can see Windows 10 corporate device compliance policy is added to this machine, this one. And if you check device configuration profile, this is also added to this hybrid user. Apart from this, if you want to synchronize this device, go to device properties Click on Sync, click Yes, and this device will synchronize with Microsoft Endpoint Manager. As an administrator, you can use Microsoft Intune to add, install, and manage the applications on the devices. Microsoft Intune lets administrators to install applications on multiple devices at the same time. If you are watching this series from the beginning, in one of the previous videos, we have discussed application life cycle. Every application has a life cycle that goes through 5 phases: add, deploy, configure, protect, and retire. In Microsoft Intune, if you want to install an application on a device, you need to add that application first. There are multiple sources from where you can add applications in Microsoft Intune, and you can install them on your devices. In this particular session and in couple of next sessions as well, we will talk about 2 phases of the application lifecycle: add and deploy. Now, as I said, there are multiple sources from where you can add applications in Microsoft Intune. For Windows devices, you can add applications from Microsoft Store. You can install Office applications like Word, Excel, or Outlook. You can install Microsoft Edge on the machines. You can create web links for the web applications. If you have applications, those are developed by your own developers, you can install those applications. And if you have Windows 32-bit applications or Win32 applications, you can install those applications as well. For iOS and iPad devices, you can add applications from iOS Store. You can add iOS or iPad web clip. You can add web links on devices. You can add and install built-in applications and the line of business applications as well. And same way for Android and Mac devices, we can add applications from multiple sources. So let's move towards our lab and let's add and install applications on Windows devices using Microsoft Intune. To manage applications, like if you want to add applications to Microsoft Intune or you want to install applications to the machines, you will go to Apps. First, make sure you are logged into Microsoft Endpoint Manager with one of the global administrator account or Intune administrator account, and then go to Apps. Now here under all apps, you will see all the applications. Those are already added or assigned to the machines in your tenant. But here under all apps, you will see all the applications for all the platforms. Now, if you will click add, here you can add the application. But again, from here, you will have to select the platform for which platform you want to add this particular application. But let's say you want to deploy the applications on a particular platform, for example, Windows. So for that, you will click Windows under By Platform. You will go to Apps, and under By Platform, you will select the platform for which you want to deploy the application. For this demo, we are going to install application on Windows machines. So we will click Windows. Now here you will see the applications. Those are already deployed on Windows machines or already added in Microsoft Intune for Windows machines. You will see all the applications here. If you want to add a new application for Windows devices, you will click Add. Because as we discussed, if you want to deploy an application on machines, first you need to add that application to Microsoft Intune portal. So under App Type, you will select the application that you want to install. Here we have Store App. Under Store App, we have Microsoft Store App New, Microsoft Store App Legacy. We are going to discuss these two today. Then we have Microsoft 365 apps for Windows devices and later. We can deploy Microsoft Edge for Windows 10 and later devices. We can add web applications, web links. Next, we have line of business app. For example, you have your internal developers team, those develop the applications. You can deploy those applications from here from Microsoft Intune. And you can deploy Win32 applications on Windows machines. So let's talk about Microsoft Store App New and Microsoft Store App Legacy. Earlier, there was only one option available under Store app. That was Microsoft Store app. Now we have legacy and new. So what is the difference between these two? To add an application from Microsoft Store app legacy, you get a URL for the application from Store, and then you add that URL in Endpoint Manager. Let me show you this practically. Let's go to a browser and here type Microsoft Store. Go to Microsoft Store. Under Microsoft Store, you can find n number of applications that you can deploy on the machines. For example, you have productivity applications like Adobe, Acrobat Reader, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, WinZip. You can install browsers as well. You have business applications like PDF Editor, Power BI, Citrix Workspace. You can install all these applications from Microsoft Store to the machines. So let's say we want to deploy this app, PDF Editor and PDF Reader. Now what we need to do, under Developer and IT on the right side, we will click Endpoint Manager. From here, we will get the URL that we can use in Microsoft Endpoint Manager. If you are using Configuration Manager, for that, this is the URL. You can check here, link for Intune and Configuration Manager ID. If you are using Intune, you will use this link. And if you are using Configuration Manager, you will use this ID. So copy this URL, go back to Endpoint Manager, click Microsoft Store App Legacy, select and paste the URL here next to App Store URL. So give it a name. Let's give it a name PDF Reader and Editor. Add description. This is mandatory field, so you will have to add this. Next is publisher. Let's type PDF. Now, next is category. Category is simply how to categorize the application. Is it a productivity application, business application? So based on the application, you can select the category. Next is show this as featured app in the company portal. That means if you select yes, this particular application will reflect in company portal. Let me show you. So this is the Windows 11 machine that we enrolled in one of the previous videos with the help of company portal. And we are going to use this machine for this demo. So within company portal, you will go to apps. Now, whatever application will be forced from Microsoft Intune to the company portal or to the machine, that particular app will reflect here within company portal under apps. As of now, there is nothing because we haven't added any application yet. So let's go back to Endpoint Manager. So here, if you select yes, in that case, this particular application will reflect in company portal as a featured app. And if you select no, in that case, user will not be able to see that application in company portal as a featured application. So click yes. These are the optional fields. Click next. Next is assignments. Under assignments, you assign the applications on the devices. You can assign applications to a group of devices, to a group of users, to all the users, or to all the devices. Those are enrolled in Microsoft Intune. Depending on the application that you are assigning to the devices, you will see one of the 4 assignment types. So let's talk about these assignment types in detail. In Microsoft Intune, you will see 4 assignment types. First, enrollment type is available for enrolled devices. If you want that the users should install the applications from company portal, you will select this option. The application will be available in company portal app on the machine, and user himself will install the application from company portal manually. That means as an administrator, you will push the application to the machine. That particular application will be visible in company portal within the machine. Then user will have to manually install that application from the company portal. This type of assignment works on user level. That means if you want to use this assignment type, you need to create a group of users. Group of devices will not work under this type of assignment. Second assignment type is available with or without enrollment. If you want to install applications on the devices those are not enrolled with Microsoft Intune, you can select this assignment type. In this type of assignment as well, you need to create a group of users. This assignment will not work on device level. Third type of assignment type is required. If you do not want your users' intervention to install applications, you can select required and the application will be installed automatically on the device. But depending on the application type, users might receive prompt while installation. So at that point of time, user intervention might be required. Required assignment type works on both user level and device level. So if your requirement is that as soon as you add and assign an application to a group of devices from Microsoft Endpoint Manager, and that application should be installed automatically on the machine, select required assignment type. And the fourth assignment type is uninstall. If you want to uninstall an application from the device, you can add the group of users or the devices under this assignment type, and the application will be uninstalled from the device. If you're adding an application from Microsoft Store app, you will see only one assignment type that is available for enrolled devices. You can click on this icon and you can read here, select the groups for which you want to make this app available. Available for enrolled devices apps are displayed in the company portal app and website for users to optionally install. Available assignments are only valid for user groups, not device groups. So here we will add a security group, we will add a user as a member, and then we will assign this particular policy on that security group. So let's go to groups. Let me open a new window. Click new group and we will select group type security and let's give it a name. Let's say apps from Microsoft Store, and the assignment type will be the membership type will be assigned, and we will go to members and here we will add a user. But first let me verify which user is using this machine. So it is Bob Ross. So let's go back to Endpoint Manager and let's look for Bob Ross here. This is the user. Select the user is added, click create, and the group is created. So let's go back to Endpoint Manager, click add group, and look for the group apps from Microsoft Store. Click select. So the group is added. Now go next. Go through the settings. If you want to change anything, you can go back, make the changes, click next, next, and click create. So we have created the policy. That means first we added the application to Microsoft Intune, and then we assigned that application to the device. So that is the deployment part. Now the next thing that we need to do is we have to push the changes to the device. There are two ways. Either as an administrator, you can push the changes from Microsoft Endpoint Manager to the device, or as an end user, you can go to the machine and you can pull the changes from Microsoft Endpoint Manager. So let's go to the machine. We will go to settings within company portal and click sync. So this way we are pulling the new policies or new configuration from Microsoft Endpoint Manager. If you want to push the changes from Endpoint Manager, let me first verify the host name of this machine. It ends with DQ0. So let's go to Endpoint Manager, go to Devices, Windows, and it's this one, DQ0. So click Device, and click sync. So this way, as an administrator, you are pushing the changes to the machine. So while these changes are syncing to the machine, let's add another application from new Microsoft Store app. So let's go to apps. Under by platform, click Windows. Now here you can see the application that we just added in Intune and we just applied on the machine. It shows the name, type, it is added from Microsoft Store app legacy, and assigned says yes. That means this particular app is assigned to either a user or to a device. If you want to check details, you can click on the policy and it will show you all the details. So let's create another app and then we will check this as well. So go to Windows, click Add. Under App Type, under Store App, select Microsoft Store App New. There are a couple of improvements in Microsoft Store App New. Using new version of Microsoft Store, administrators can add and install applications inside Microsoft Intune. That means you don't have to go to Microsoft Store and then copy the URL for the application from there and then add it in Endpoint Manager. No, instead of that, you can simply select here Microsoft Store App New, click Select, and next to Select App, click Search Microsoft Store App New. Click here. Now here you can look for the application that you want to install. For example, Teams. I want to install Teams, so you can select Teams from here. If you want to install, let's say Zoom, Zoom is also available. If you want to install PDF Reader or Adobe, all these applications are available here. The other benefit of using new version of Microsoft Store app is you can uninstall the application whenever you need to. Because in legacy version, we do not have uninstall assignment type. Moreover, the new version of Microsoft Store app supports Win32 apps and Universal Windows Platform or UWP apps. So for this demo, let's add Adobe Express. So this is the application. This is UWP app, that is Universal Windows Platform. So select the application and click Select. Now here we can see almost all the options are already populated, like name, description, publisher, package, identifier, installer type. So next is install behavior. Install behavior is like you want to install the application on the system level or on the user level. Now there's a difference between system level and user level. If I install an application on system level, that means any user who is going to log into that particular system or the machine, that particular user will have access to that machine. But if I select user level, that means the user who is currently logged into the machine, only that user will have access to this application. If any user will log into that machine where we have deployed this particular application, he will not have access to that application because we have deployed the application on the user level. But let's say if you have a shared computer, VDI, or any other shared computer solution, so in that case, you can deploy it on the system level. Whatever user will log into that machine will have access to that particular application. So that is install behavior. So we will select user and next category. Again, if it is a productivity app, business app, or any other category, you can select as per your requirement. And these are optional fields. So if you want, you can fill them. Go next. Now here we can see required, available for enrolled devices, and uninstall. So as we discussed, if you want to install application automatically, you can add the group of users or devices under this option, or you can add it to all the users or all the devices. But if you want that user should install application from company portal, then you will add the group under available for enrolled devices. So here, let's add the same group, apps from Microsoft Store, select. So group is added. Go next, review the changes and click create. Now again, we need to sync these changes to the machine. So as an administrator, either you can push the changes to the machine, or as an end user, he can pull the changes from the endpoint manager. So let's go to devices. Let's push the changes from here. Go to Windows, click device, and then click sync. Click yes. So this way you can push the changes, and you can also pull changes from company portal. Or there is another way in Windows 11, same as Windows 10. You can go to settings and go to accounts. Under accounts, you will click access work or school. Click the email address, click info, and click sync. So this way you can pull changes. So let's go back to company portal, go to apps. So here we can see these two applications are showing as featured app under apps in company portal. So as an end user, he will click application and then he will click view in Microsoft Store. Now it depends on the application, because for some of the applications you can see the install option. For this we can see install, so user can simply click install here. Or for other applications, users might get redirected to the Microsoft Store. So the user will click view in Microsoft Store. And from here, under this application, user will click get. And this way, the application will be installed. And for the other application, we can simply click on the application tile and click install. Now let's go to Endpoint Manager. Let me minimize the machine. Now from here, you can see if the application is installed on the device or not. So for that, you will go to apps, go to Windows, and here you can see the application, Adobe Express and PDF Reader and Editor. Let's look for this option first. Under installed, it will show you the number on which the application is installed. Not installed will identify that this application is not installed on the devices. Failed will show you the number on how many devices this application installation was failed. Install pending is the application is forced from Endpoint Manager, but the user hasn't installed yet. Not applicable, that means it can be that for a particular device, this application is not installed, or that particular user or group is not part of the group that is assigned within this particular app policy. So this is for the device level and this is for the user level. So it can take some time for the replication, and after some time you will be able to see all the details in Endpoint Manager. You can check the installation status from here as well. This is for device level and this is for user level. If you click device install status, it will show you on how many devices. It will show you the device name here, UPN and status. And for user level, it will show you the username of the user who is using the machine. And here you will see the UPN status, failures or installed or pending. You will see all the details here. So let's go to the machine. So we can see this application is installed. Click open. So we have installed this application and this application is open as well. Microsoft Intune lets administrators to install and manage applications on multiple devices at the same time, instead of logging to each machine and install applications one by one. In this particular demo, we will install Microsoft 365 apps on Windows machine. Microsoft 365 apps are like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook. These are the applications, those are packaged in Microsoft 365 apps suite. So we will log into Microsoft Endpoint Manager. We will go to apps. Now, as we discussed in the previous session, if you'll click all apps, from here you can manage all the applications for all the platforms. But let's say if you want to deploy app on a particular platform, in that case, you will go to apps and under by platform, you will select the platform for which you want to deploy the application. For this demo, we are going to use Windows machine. So we will go to Windows. Now from here, you can manage all the applications only for Windows platform. So here you can see the applications that we deployed in the previous session. And to create another application or to add another application, you will click Add. Now we are going to deploy Microsoft 365 apps. So under App Type, you will find Microsoft 365 apps. And here you will click Windows 10 and later and click Select. Here you can see most of the details are already filled, like suite name, suite description, publisher, category. Next is show this as a featured app in the company portal. We have discussed this in previous session, but let me tell you again. This option means if you are pushing any application to the machine using company portal that is installed and that is used to enroll the machine, this particular app will reflect as a featured application within company portal. So the user will go to the company portal and he will have to install that application manually. If you select no, in that case, this application will not reflect in company portal as a featured application. If you select yes, then this application will show as featured application in company portal. So I'll select no because I'll install this application automatically. Next, you can see all these details are already filled. So go next. Under Configure App Suite, you need to make certain changes as per your business requirement. Under Configuration Settings Format, you will get two options, Configuration Designer and Enter XML Data. Enter XML Data is if you want to deploy application using XML configuration, in that case, you will use this option. And here you will paste the XML configuration for the Office 365 suite. But if you want to do it automatically with the help of Configuration Designer, in that case, select this option. Under Select Office Apps, you can select what applications you want to install on the machine and what applications you do not want to install. For example, I do not want Access, OneNote, Publisher, Teams. So I need only Excel, Outlook, PowerPoint, and Word. So only these four applications will be installed on the machines. Next is select other Office apps. Now using Microsoft Intune, you can also deploy Project Online Desktop Client and Visio Online Plan too. But for this, you need a supported subscription. You can read here. It says if you own licenses for these additional Office apps, you can also assign them with Intune. Next is architecture. Under architecture, you can select if you want to install 32-bit architecture of the applications or you want to install 64-bit applications. Under default file format, you will get two options, Office Open Document Format or Office Open XML format. So we will select Office Open Document Format. Next is Update Channel. It says what update channel you want to install for the applications. Current channel preview, monthly enterprise channel, semi-annual enterprise channel, or semi-annual enterprise channel preview. So whatever channel you will select, based on those channels, the automatic updates will be pushed to the applications. So let's say we want to select current channel. And next is remove other versions. So this means if the machine already has few previous versions of Office applications installed, once this policy will be pushed on the machine, so previous versions will be deleted. If you select no, in that case, this particular profile or this policy will not remove the old versions of Office applications. Those are already installed on the machine. So let's select yes. And next is version to install. Here you will get two options, latest and specific. If you want to install the latest update, you can select latest. If you want to install a particular update, you will click specific. And on the basis of the channel that you have selected here, you will select the updates. These are the build numbers for the Office applications. Now, for current channel, you can see these many build numbers. If I select any other channel, let's say monthly enterprise channel, now these build numbers will change based on the channel you will select here. For example, this one. So Let's select current channel and I want latest update for my Office applications. Next is use shared computer activation. If you have a server where multiple users log in, so that is called shared computer activation, where multiple users log in on the same machine. If you are deploying Office apps for the shared computer, you will select yes, else you will select no. Next is accept the Microsoft software license terms on behalf of users. Click yes. Install background service for Microsoft Search and Bing. I'll select no. And next to languages, you can select the language in which you want to install the Office applications. You will find almost all the languages from here. If you want to go with the default language, that means if you have operating system installed in English language, and let's say you do not select any language here, then by default, this application policy will install applications in English language. But if you want Office applications in a different language, then you can select the language from here. For example, this one or any language as per your business requirement. But if you do not select any language, in that case, Office applications will be installed as per the language of your operating system. So once you have made the changes, go next. Now here you will see required, available for enrolled devices and uninstall. We have discussed assignment types in the previous session. If you want to install application automatically on the machines, you select required and you add the users, devices or groups under required assignment type. If you want the application to be pushed on company portal and you want that the user should go to company portal and install the application manually, in that case you will add the user or the group of users under this option available for enrolled devices. And uninstall is if you want to uninstall an application from a particular machine, you can add the group of users, group of devices, or all the devices or all the users under this particular assignment type. So for this demo, what I want to install Office applications automatically on the machine without the user intervention. So let's create a group first. Let's go to groups and let me add the device as well. So this is the device that I'm going to use. Let me check the host name. It's F17. So let's go back to Endpoint Manager and let's create a new group. First, let me check the device name as well. Go to Windows and this is the device F17. Copy the device name and go to groups, new group, and let's give it a name, Office Apps. And membership type will be dynamic device because we are going to add devices. So we will add one device and we will use property display name equals and type here device name and click save, click create. So this group is created. Let me refresh again. So this is the group. Go to members. Sometimes it takes time to add the members. So let's refresh the group again. So the device is added in this group. Let's go back to Endpoint Manager, add group. Under required, we are going to add the group here, Office Apps. Select, this group is added. Click next. Review the changes. If you want to make any other changes, go back and make the changes and click create. So we have created the policy for application. We have pushed Microsoft 365 applications on the machine. Now the next step is we will go to the machine and we will initiate a sync. So let's go to settings. And first, let's check if we have Word or we do not have Word. We do not have Outlook as well. That is great. So let's go to accounts, access, work or school, and click info, click sync. So now this device will sync with the endpoint manager and it will pull the configuration changes. Those are done within the Microsoft Endpoint Manager. So it's been 5 minutes. We have initiated this sync and now let's check the progress. So let's look for Word. We can see Word is installed. Look for PowerPoint. It is also installed. Outlook. And we installed Excel. This is also installed. Let's go to Event Viewer and let's see if we can find any logs related to the installation. So go to Windows Logs, Application. So let's look for the logs related to the installation. So here we can see MSI installer. It says beginning of Windows installer transaction. This is the location, C drive, program files, Microsoft Office, root integration. So we can see the log here that Office was installed on this machine. Now let's go back to Endpoint Manager and let's verify the policy as well. So it says one total install pending. It is still making some changes here on this machine. Let's sync it again. And let's go back to Endpoint Manager. Let's refresh. It still says install pending. It may take some time for the replication, but here we can see on the device that these applications are installed. You can verify from control panel as well. Let me increase the font. Let's go to display and let's increase it to 125%. Okay, so now let's go to programs and features. And here we can see Microsoft 365 apps for enterprise. This suite is installed on this machine. A web application is a client server application that is separately managed on the web. With the help of Microsoft Intune, you can create a shortcut on the machines to redirect the user's request to that application. For example, I have this website and I want to create a shortcut or an icon on the machines so that my users can directly go to that application by just clicking on that icon. This is just an example. You can add any web application to the Windows devices using Microsoft Intune. So to add a web application, you will log into Microsoft Endpoint Manager with one of the global administrator or Intune administrator accounts. And you will go to apps. Under by platform, you will click Windows because we are going to add application for Windows devices. And here you can see the applications, those are already added in Microsoft Intune and are assigned to the devices. And if you want to add a new application, you will click Add. Under app type, you will look for web link. So click web link and then click select. Now here you need to fill in the details related to the web application that you want to add. For my case, I'll give it a name, Office 365 Concepts. Description will be, for example, web application, publisher, Office 365 Concepts. And for app URL, you need the URL of the application. Paste the URL here. This is the URL for my website. Next is require a managed browser to open this link. Let's say you have enrolled or you have added Microsoft Edge to Windows devices using Microsoft Intune. So that is the managed browser that is managed through Intune. So if you want that this application should be opened with the help of only Microsoft Edge, you will select yes, else you will select no. Now, if you select yes, then make sure that particular browser is managed through Intune. So I'll select no because I do not have a managed browser as of now. Next is category. You can select the category as per the web application, let's say productivity. Next is show this as a featured app in the company portal. If you select yes, in that case, this particular application will reflect in company portal as a featured application. If you select no, in that case, this application will not reflect as a featured app in company portal. Next, these are the optional details. If you want, you can fill in them. Click next. Now under assignments, you need to assign this web application to the group of users or to all the users or to all the devices, or even you can use group of devices. Under required, if you want that this particular web application should be added automatically to the Windows device, then add the group of users or devices under required. If you want this application to be reflected in company portal and user should go to company portal to access this application, then use available for enrolled devices. Next is available with or without enrollment. If you want to add an application to the device that is not enrolled using Microsoft Intune, in that case, you can add those groups or users under this assignment type. And this is for uninstall if you want to uninstall an application from a particular device. So for this demo, I want that this particular application should be added automatically to the Windows machine. Now, in case of Windows devices, if you add a web application on Windows machine, that particular application will reflect as an icon in Start menu. So let's add one of the groups within this required assignment type. But first, let me create a group and let me add a particular device in this group. So for this demo, I'm going to use this particular machine, and let's check the host name of this machine ends with F17. So let's go back and let's create a new group, and let me copy the display name of this device as well. So the device name is F17. Go to group. Group type will be security, and let's give it a name, deploy web app. Membership type will be dynamic device because we are going to add device within this security group. Go to dynamic query, and here we will add the device based on its display name. So the value will be the host name of the device, and click save and click create. So the security group is created. Let's refresh the browser. So we can see the group is created, deploy web app. Let's go to members. We can see the device is added as well as a member. Now let's go to Endpoint Manager. Under required, click add group, and let's add this security group, deploy web app. Click select, next, and click create. So we have created a web application policy, and we have assigned this policy on the device as well. Here you can see the publisher, operating system, created, date and time, and assigned yes. Now let's go to the machine and let's sync the changes. Let me close Teams. So to sync the changes, we will go to settings, go to accounts, access work or school, click info, and then click sync. So now this machine will connect with Microsoft Endpoint Manager, and it will pull the recent configuration that we just did on Microsoft Endpoint Manager. So the sync is completed, and now let's search for this application. This is SharePoint Group. So this is the application that we just deployed, Office 365 Concepts. Let's click on this application. And this is redirected to the web application. So this is how you deploy a web application to the Windows machines using Microsoft Intune. Now, if you want, you can pin this application to the Start menu. Right click and then click Pin to Start. Now, whenever end user will click on Windows icon, he can see this icon here. User can simply click on this application and he will be redirected to this web application. Using Microsoft Intune, you can manage and deploy Win32 applications to the devices. But before you start deploying these applications, you need to consider a few points. The Windows devices where you want to deploy Win32 applications should be running on Enterprise, Professional, or Education editions. You can deploy Win32 applications on Windows 10 with version 1607 or later. You can deploy Win32 applications on Azure AD registered devices, Azure AD joined devices, and hybrid Azure AD joined devices. And these devices should be enrolled with Microsoft Intune. The next prerequisite is you need to convert the application to .intune Win extension. Now, what is .intune Win extension? If you want to deploy an application using Win32 app deployment, you need to convert the installation file to .intune Win extension first. You cannot directly add .exe file to Microsoft Intune or the application that has multiple supported files. Because Microsoft Intune do not support these file types, you need to first convert .exe file to Microsoft Intune supported extension, that is .intune Win extension. I'll show you this practically as well and things will be more clear. And the other prerequisite is the application that you want to add to Microsoft Intune, its size should not be more than 8 GB. So once you have met all these prerequisites, you are good to add applications to Microsoft Intune. Now let's understand how does Win32 applications deployment work in Microsoft Intune. We will discuss this entire process practically as well and things will be more clear. Once you have converted the application to .intune Win extension, you will go to Microsoft Endpoint Manager and you will go to Apps and will select Win32 app. Next, you will upload .intune Win application to Microsoft Intune. Then you will update the information for this application like the install command or the uninstall command and other application information. And after this, you need to set a detection method. Now, what is a detection method? A detection method is used to detect whether the application was successfully installed on the machine or not. You can create two types of detection methods, manual and custom. Under manual type, you can use one of the three detection rules, registry, file or folder, and MSI. You can create a registry key on the machine and specify the key location within the rule so that when this registry key will be located by the detection rule on the machine, it will be considered as the application is installed. Or even you can mention the registry key and the registry key path within the detection rule, and detection rule will automatically detect whether this application was installed on the machine or not. Same way for file or folders, you can type the location of a folder or file within the detection rule along with the file or folder name. And during installation, if that file or folder is found on the machine, detection rule will consider that the application is installed. And in case of MSI, you can create a detection rule on the basis of application version or the product code. And under custom detection method, you need to create a PowerShell script that will detect the application installation. So in nutshell, a detection method or the detection rule is a way to detect whether the application was installed successfully on the machine or not. And after creating a detection rule, you will assign the application to the devices. You can assign this application on all the devices, on user accounts, or you can create a security group of users or devices, and you can assign this policy on that security group. So this is how Win32 app deployment process works in Microsoft Intune. So let's move towards our lab and let's add and deploy Win32 application on Windows machines. In this particular demo, we are going to install Microsoft Support and Recovery Assistant tool using Win32 app deployment. So first, let's download this tool. Let's go to browser and type download Microsoft Support and Recovery Assistant.
If you want to use any other tool, you can get any tool that has .exe extension, and you can use that application as well for the testing purpose. So let's download this tool. So once this file is downloaded, we need to extract this folder. First, let me create a separate folder for this, and let's move this into this folder, and let's extract it here. Now, when you will extract this folder or the file, you will see lots of files here. These are the supported files. All these files are the supported files of this particular setup file. Now, if you right click on Sara setup, you can see this is .exe file, that is the setup file. So if I want to install this particular application on a machine, I can simply double click on this setup file and this will install this application. But for this demo, we are going to deploy this particular application with the help of Microsoft Intune to Windows devices. But as we discussed, if you want to add or deploy an application through Win32 application deployment, first you need to convert that particular application to .intune Win extension. So to convert this file, we need a tool. We will go to browser, and here we will type Microsoft Win32 content prep tool. This is the name of this tool. You will find one GitHub article. Open this link. Let me close this. Now here you see code. Under code, you will find zip file. So click on download zip and go to this file. Let me first extract it here. Let's close, extract. And this is the tool. Double click on this tool. Now here it says, please specify the source folder. Source folder is where the setup file is located. So I'll copy this path. I'll go back to tool and paste it here. Hit enter. Now it says, please specify the setup file. So the setup file that you want to use is this one. So I'll copy the name, go back to tool, type the name and add the extension. Hit enter. Now it says, please specify the output folder. Now the output folder will be where this tool will put the .intune Win extension Sara setup file. So let's create one folder here and let's copy this path, paste it here, hit enter, and for now, hit enter. Now this will convert this executable file to .intune Win extension. Here you can see the progress as well, and once it is completed, then it will generate one .intune Win file here. So depending on the file size, it can take some time, and you can see the progress here. So this is almost done, and here we can see Sara setup .intune Win. So if you right click, go to properties. Now here you can see the extension is .intune Win. So this extension is supported if you want to deploy an application using Win32 application deployment. So let's go to Endpoint Manager and go to Apps, go to Windows and click Add. Under App Type, we will select Win32 or Windows App Win32. Now, before we jump towards Win32 app deployment, let me tell you one thing. When Win32 app was not introduced in Microsoft Intune, you had this option, Line of Business App. Line of Business App is a legacy application deployment method in Microsoft Intune. Now, there's a difference between Line of Business App and Win32 apps. The major difference between these two is Line of Business apps support single file format. That means you can deploy an application that has a single installation file, for example, .msi file. But using Win32 apps, you can deploy an application that has a single installation file or the multiple files. You can use Intune Win wrapper to convert the installation files to .intune Win extension, and you can deploy those applications. The other major difference between line of business apps and Win32 app is in Win32 app deployment, you can create detection methods and detection rules. You can configure error codes or dependencies, but in line of business app, this is not possible. So first, we will talk about Win32 app deployment, and in the next session, we will talk about line of business applications. So click Windows App Win32 and click Select. Now next to select file, click Select App Package File, and here we will select the .intune win file, this one. So here we can see the name is Sara setup.exe, platform Windows. Here we can see the extension as well, and this is the size. So click OK. Now this information is already filled, but if you want to add certain information, you can add. That is mandatory. Publisher is mandatory, so publisher for this tool is Microsoft, and app version, these are optional. If you want this as a featured app in the company portal, you can select yes, or you can leave it no, and then go to next. Now here you need to mention install command and uninstall command. So depending on the application, you will get install command and uninstall command. Let's say this is an application that is deployed by your internal IT team, your own developers. So that team or the vendor of the application will provide you install command and uninstall command. But if you want to deploy Sara tool, close this first. So these commands are easily available on TechNet article. You can look for deploy Sara tool with Intune, and here you can find all these steps, and here you can see the install command and uninstall command. So you can simply copy it from here, paste it here, and copy uninstall command, paste it here, and install behavior will be user, and no changes are required here. Click next. Operating system architecture, you can select here as per the Windows operating system architecture. Minimum operating system is on what operating system version you want this tool to be installed. For example, let's say I want that the machines, those are running on Windows 10 and 1703 version or later, only on those machines this tool should be installed. So like this, you can select any version as per your business requirement. Rest are the optional fields. So click next. Now here we have detection rules. So under rules format, you will see manually configure detection rules and use a custom detection script. As we discussed, if you select manual, click add. Here you will see three rules: MSI, file, or registry. For MSI, you can use MSI product code or the version. And for file, you can use a file or folder, and you can type the file or folder name here and the path here. And for registry key, you can mention the path of the registry key here and the registry key value here. For this particular demo, we are going to use file. And when you install support and recovery assistant tool on a particular machine, what happens? It creates a folder, and the location of the folder is C drive, users, username who is currently logged in, and here type app data, go to local, and here under local, it will create a folder with name Sara logs. When you will install Microsoft Support and Recovery Assistant on any machine, any Windows machine, it will create a folder with name Sara logs under this location. So we will copy this location. Let's go to Endpoint Manager and paste this here. This is not copied. Let me type it manually. C drive, users, Bob Ross, and app data, and local. And here the folder name will be Sara logs. So once support and recovery assistant tool will be installed on this particular machine, this particular tool will create a folder here with name Sara logs. And with the help of that folder, this particular policy will detect whether the application is installed on this machine or not. So this is what detection method or detection rule is. Under detection method, you will select file or folder exist. So this detection rule says if under this location, this folder is found, that means the application is installed successfully. So click OK, go next. No changes required here, no changes required. Under assignments, you need to add a group of users or devices. You can add all the users as well, or even you can add all the devices. But for this demo, I'm going to create a group and I'm going to add a particular device in this particular group. So this device is, let me check the host name of this device. It's 18J. And let's go to groups, create new group, and we will name it as Sara app, dynamic device, add dynamic query. And here we will select display name equals, and here we will type the display name of the device. So go to Windows, and this is the device 18J. Go to group, paste the value, rule is created, click save, click create. So this is the group that we just created, Sara app, and go to members. And here we can see 18J, this device is added. Now let's go back to Endpoint Manager, go to add group under required. We have discussed these assignment types already, but let me explain again if you have missed the previous video. So there are 4 types of assignment types under every policy. For this particular Win32, we have 3 required available for enrolled devices and uninstall. Required is when you want that application should be installed automatically. You add the device or group or the users under this assignment type. If you want that particular application should be reflecting on company portal first, and the end user will go to company portal and he will install that application from the company portal, then you will add the group of users or devices under this type of assignment type. And uninstall is when you want to uninstall a particular application, you will add the group under this assignment type. So let's click add group under required because I want this application should be installed automatically on the machine. So select the group and click select. The group is added. Go next. Review the changes. If you want to make any change, go back, make the changes, and then click create. So now this application will be uploaded to Microsoft Intune. Here you can see the progress, 24%, 35%. It says uploading sarasetup.exe, uploading Intune package.intune win, and this is the size of the application. So it may take a couple of more seconds. 99% is done. So the upload is finished and it says upload of Intune package.intune win finished. So close it, and here we can see application is assigned. Now let's push the changes to this particular machine. I have opened this device here. So go to sync, click yes. Now let's go to Windows machine, and here on the right side at the bottom, here we should see a notification as soon as the installation will start. So as of now, I do not have support and recovery assistant tool installed. You can see here support and recovery. I do not have this tool. And so let's try to sync this device from settings. We have pushed the configuration changes from Endpoint Manager, but let's do it from machine as well. So go to info and click sync. So guys, here we can see one notification. It says Office 365 Concept Software Distribution, downloading and installing software sarasetup.exe. So now this particular application is getting installed on this machine. and still we do not see that icon here. So we can see this application is installed, and let's go to start menu and type support and recovery assistance. So we can see this application here. This is installed. So this is how you can add and deploy Win32 application using Microsoft Intune. To deploy line of business applications, you will go to Microsoft Endpoint Manager. You need to log in with one of the global administrator or Intune administrator account. You will go to applications or apps, and by platform, click Windows, because in this demo, we are going to deploy application on Windows device. Now here you will click add, and under app type, you will see line of business app. In the previous video, when we talked about the difference between Win32 app and line of business app, we discussed that line of business applications are a legacy application deployment method in Microsoft Intune. If you have an application that has a single file and that application has an extension like .msi or .msix, you can deploy these applications through line of business app deployment. But let's say if you have an application that has multiple supported files or the extension of that application is .exe, these applications can be deployed through Win32 app deployment method. So let's download one MSI file from Google. So for this demo, let's use Google Chrome browser. And for testing purpose, if you want to test, you can go to Google and type download Google Chrome MSI installer. And here we should see a link. Let's try this one. Click download, accept. So let's go to this file and let me create a folder. Move this inside this folder and let's extract here. Under installers, we will find a file, and this file has .msi extension. So we are going to use this particular application to deploy on this Windows machine with Microsoft Intune. So let's go back to Endpoint Manager. Let's close this. And under app type, we will select line of business app. And here you can see what sort of extensions are supported under this type of app deployment. For Android, you need to use APK extension. For iOS, it's IPA. For Mac OS, it's .package or PKG. And for Windows, you need one of these extensions so that you can deploy those applications using line of business app deployment method. So click select. And next to select file, click select app package file. Here, browse the file. This is the application that we're going to use. This is .msi. You can see the name Google Chrome, platform Windows. This is the size, and click OK. So here we need to add some details. So the publisher for this application is Google. Next option is ignore app version. If you select this option to yes, in that case, this application will be updated automatically. Next is show this as a featured app in company portal. This is optional, but if you want this application to be reflected in company portal, and if you want that end user should install this application from company portal, then select yes. Rest are the optional fields. Go next. Under assignments, we need to add a group of user or group of devices, or even we can add all the users and all the devices under assignments so that this application can be applied to the devices or the users. So let's create a group. And first, let me verify the host name of this machine. It's host name. It's 18J. So let's go back and go to groups. This time, let's add a group on the basis of object ID of the device. So create a new group. Let me close this window first. Here, let's type a name, LOB app, and membership type will be dynamic device, add dynamic query. And here we will type object ID. Operator will be equals. So let's go to portal.azure.com because we need the object ID of the device, so that we will get from Azure AD. So go to Azure Active Directory and then go to devices, all devices, and here look for the device. And here we have this object ID. So go back to group, paste the value here. Rule is created, click save and click create. So the group is created, LOB app. Go to members and you can see this device is added as well. Go back to Endpoint Manager. Under required, we will add the group that we just created, LOB app, and click select. Go next, review the changes. If you want to make any change, go back and then click create. So now this particular application will be uploaded. Here you can see uploading Google Chrome, uploading this file, and this is the size of this file. Here you can see the completion status as well. And depending on the file size, it may take a couple of minutes. So the file is uploaded and here we can see it is assigned to the device as well, to the group that we just added within the policy. And now let's go to this device. Go to devices, Windows 18J, and let's sync this device. Click yes. Sync is initiated. Let's go to the device now. Now, once Google Chrome will start installing, you will see a notification here. This is Microsoft Support and Recovery Assistant that we deployed in the previous session. And let's initiate one sync from device as well. So let's go to accounts. Under accounts, go to access, work or school. And here click on info and click sync. So the sync is completed and let's check if browser is installed. So we can see Chrome is installed. Let's open this and it's working. Now let's go to event viewer logs and let's see if we can find any logs related to this app installation. So we will find the logs under Windows and application. And here we should have this log. So it says product Google Chrome installation completed successfully. Windows installer installed the product name Google Chrome. This is the version and these are the details. And installation success or error status 0. So it was completed successfully. And let's go to Endpoint Manager and let's check the status of the application that we deployed. So go to Windows and Google Chrome and it says installed 1. You can see here as well device install. It is installed on this device and this is the user account that is being used within the device. This is the operating system of the device, application version, status is installed. The other way to check what applications are deployed on a particular device is you can go to devices and go to the device for which you want to check. For example, you want to check what sort of applications are installed on this particular device. So you will go to device properties and here you will click managed apps. And here you can see Sara setup.exe and Google Chrome are installed. Installation status says installed. So these two applications are installed on this particular machine. So guys, with this, we have completed app deployment on Windows devices. We have covered all type of app deployment and we have covered under devices. We have talked about automatic enrollment and we have talked about CNAME validation as well. These topics we are going to cover later. We have covered compliance policies, configuration profiles. Now we are left with PowerShell scripts and update rings for Windows 10 and later, feature updates and quality updates.
In Microsoft Intune, you can deploy PowerShell scripts so that you can automate certain processes on Windows machine. In this particular demo, we are going to use two scripts. So here we can see two scripts, and let's understand what these scripts will do on machine. So this particular script will create a folder with name Intune folder in C drive, and the other script, this script will write this message on the computer screen as a pop-up window. So we are going to use these two scripts, and we will deploy these scripts through Microsoft Endpoint Manager, and we will see the result on Windows device. So let's go to Endpoint Manager, and here we will click on Devices. Under By Platform, we will select Windows because we are going to run script on Windows machine. And here we will click PowerShell scripts. Now here we will click Add and give it a name. For example, Create Folder. Next. And here under script location, we will browse for the script. So the file is uploaded. Next is run this script using the logged-on credentials. I'll click yes. You have two options. Either you can run this script by using the logged-on credentials, or you can run this as a system context. Next is enforce script signature check. If you want that this script should be signed by a trusted publisher, then you can select yes, else leave it no. Next is run script in 64-bit PowerShell host. If you want that this script should run in 64-bit PowerShell or in 32-bit PowerShell, you can select that option. I'll leave it as it is and then click next. Now here you need to add a group of users or devices. If you want, you can assign this particular script to all the users or to all the devices those are enrolled with Microsoft Intune. So here I have one group that we created in the previous session, and we deployed line of business application on that group. So here we have this group LOB app, and we have one device here 18J. So I'm going to add this same group here, LOB app. Click select, click next, and that's it. Click add. So it says PowerShell script successfully assigned. Let's create one more script here, and the other one is pop-up. Click next. Let's upload this script, pop-up, and I want to run this script with logged-on credentials. Click yes. Go next. Add this same group here. I'm using this group for testing purpose. So one device is added in this group. Go next, click add. So we have created two scripts, and let me refresh. So it says assigned yes for both. So let's go to device. This is the Windows machine that we are going to use for the testing purpose. And let's go to settings and let's sync this device. So go to accounts, access work or school, and let's click here info and click sync. So let's wait for a couple of minutes and then we will see the changes here. Let me minimize the window. So we should see one prompt here on the screen, and one folder should be created in C drive with name Intune folder. So guys, here we can see the pop-up. It says learn with Office 365 concepts, which was written within the script. And here we can see the Intune folder is also created. So like this, you can run PowerShell scripts to automate certain processes on Windows machines. And if you want to learn how to deploy applications from Microsoft Store on Windows machine, please click on the link that you can see on the screen. With Windows 10 operating system release, Microsoft introduced a servicing model known as Windows as a Service, which means that instead of getting a new version every 3 to 5 years, you now receive incremental updates to speed up the integration of new features and to simplify the process of keeping devices secure and supported. So as a result of this new servicing model, we now have two main types of updates for Windows 10 and 11, feature updates and quality updates. Feature updates are technically a new operating system version. Feature updates are released once a year during the fall, that is around September or October. Feature updates include new features, GUI improvements, and other updates those are important to improve the security and the overall experience of the operating system. Also, feature updates are bigger in file size if you compare them with quality updates. A feature update size can be around 3 GB to 5 GB. So in nutshell, when installing a feature update, you are technically installing a new version of operating system. Whereas quality updates are the important updates that your computer downloads and installs automatically every month through Windows Update. Quality updates are also called cumulative updates. Quality updates are released every second Tuesday of every month, and this day is also called Patch Tuesday. Quality updates do not include new features. These updates include the updates those are required to fix bugs and errors, patch security, and the updates those are required to improve reliability with the current version of Windows operating system. In Windows 11, we might get quality updates along with new features, but for Windows 10, we do not get new features along with quality updates. So in nutshell, feature updates are the whole new version of operating system that is released once in a year, and quality updates are the cumulative updates released every second Tuesday of every month. Now let's talk about the update rings. Update rings are used to apply feature updates and quality updates to the Windows devices. In nutshell, update rings are the policies. Those are used to manage feature updates and quality updates on the Windows devices. You can use update ring policies to upgrade Windows 10 machines to Windows 11 as well. Now let's talk about the prerequisites. Those are required to be met before you start managing the Windows updates in Microsoft Intune. The devices must be running on Windows 10 with version 1607 or later, or Windows 11. Update rings are supported on Windows 10 or 11 Pro, Windows 10 or 11 Enterprise, Windows 10 or 11 Team for Service Hub devices, Windows Holographic for Business, and you can also use Windows 10 or 11 volume licensing version. But some of the features of update ring policies are not supported on these devices. So let's move towards our lab and let's configure Windows updates in Microsoft Intune. If you want to check what quality updates are installed on a Windows machine, go to Start, Settings, and here click Update and Security, Windows Update. Under Windows Update, you will see option View Update History. Now here under quality updates, you can see all the quality updates those are installed on this particular machine. So let's go to Microsoft Endpoint Manager and let's configure Windows updates. So to manage updates on Windows devices, you will go to Devices and under Devices, under By Platform, click Windows. And here you will see update rings for Windows 10 and later, feature updates for Windows 10 and later, and quality updates for Windows 10 and later. We are going to talk about all these three policies in detail. So first, let's talk about update rings. So click here and click Create Profile. Give it a name. For example, let's give it a name Update Ring. Go next. Now here you will see all these settings. From these settings, you can manage how and when devices will install Windows updates. So let's talk about all these settings in detail. So the first option that we can see under update settings is Microsoft Product Updates. If you want that Windows update should scan the applications for the update, then select Allow. That means while installing the update, if you want that the applications installed on the machine should be scanned, in that case, you will select Allow, else you will block this. Next is Windows drivers. If you want that Windows as a service should scan the drivers on the machine and update them, so you will allow this setting, else you can block it. So basically, how does this work? Earlier, we used to get driver software or the driver updates from the device vendor. But with the help of Windows as a service, these updates can be managed from Microsoft Intune. Next is quality update deferral period. This value is in days. In this field, you can specify a value from 0 to 30. This value means when Microsoft releases a quality update, after how many days of that update release date, the quality updates should be applied on the device. Let's say if I specify 5. So that means if Microsoft release a quality update today, after 5 days from today, this policy will apply those quality updates on the machine. So that is quality update deferral period. This particular setting is for quality updates and this setting is for feature update. This value is also in days, but here in feature updates, you can specify a value from 0 to 365 days. So like we discussed for quality updates deferral period, same way for feature updates, we can decide after how many days of the release of a feature update, this policy should apply those updates to the devices. So in nutshell, deferral period is you can control from here after how many days of the update release, the updates should be applied to the devices. So that you can first monitor if the update is compatible to the applications or you do not want the updates should be applied to the devices as soon as these are released by Microsoft. So let's say if I mention 7 days here, that means if Microsoft will release a feature update for Windows 10 or later by today, after 7 days, this feature update will be pushed to my devices. So from here, you can control quality update deferral period and feature update deferral period. Next is upgrade Windows 10 devices to latest Windows 11 release. If you want to upgrade Windows 10 machine to Windows 11, you can select this option to yes, and the eligible devices will be updates to the latest version of Windows 11. When I say eligible devices, that means there are few prerequisites that need to be met on the devices before you upgrade them to Windows 11 using this policy. So the next value is set feature update uninstall period. Let me first set it to no. From this particular option, you can control the behavior of uninstalling the updates. For example, if I mention here 20 days, then the devices on which feature update was installed before 20 days, you will not be able to uninstall those updates from the devices. Next is enable pre-release builds. There are three types of pre-release builds. If you click on enable, you can see here three pre-built releases: Windows Insider Release Preview, Beta Channel, and Dev Channel. Under Windows Insider Release Preview, you get the access to the next version of Windows before it is available globally. That means the version is not yet released to the entire world. This is still in releasing phase, and if you select this option, you can force that update to the devices. Under beta channel, you get the updates. Those are reliable and are validated by Microsoft. And under dev channel, you get the latest features and updates for Windows devices. Those are still in work in progress mode. That means the updates, those are still in development cycle. The development is still going on. So let's select not configured. And next is user experience settings. Under user experience settings, you will see automatic update behavior, from where you can specify the behavior of how automatic updates are installed and if required, when to restart the device. The default value is auto install at maintenance mode. So the first option is notified download. If you select this option, then the user will be notified before downloading the update. Next is auto install at maintenance time. If you select this option, then updates will be downloaded automatically and the device will be restarted during the maintenance time or when the device is not in use or is not running on battery power. And when a restart is required, user will be notified for 7 days that you need to restart this device. And in case if user doesn't restart the machine within 7 days, the device will be restarted forcefully. Next is auto install and restart at maintenance time. In this option, the updates are downloaded automatically and are installed during the automatic maintenance when the device is not in use or it is not running on battery power. Next is auto install and restart at a scheduled time. If you click that option, you will see these settings from where you can manage or you can control the behavior of automatic restart. From here, you can control the installation frequency and day and time. But if you do not specify any value, in that case, the updates will be installed at 3 a.m. Next is auto install and reboot without end user control. Under this option, the updates are downloaded automatically and are installed during the maintenance time or when the device is not in use or is not running on battery power. In this option, the end user controls are set to read only. That means end user can't control the restart behavior. And the last option is reset to default. When you set this option, Windows as a service will automatically determine the active hours of the device. And using the active hours, Windows then schedules the best time to install updates and it restarts the system after the updates are installed. So as per your business requirement, you can select any one of these options. As per Microsoft, the recommended option is auto install at maintenance time. From here, you can control at what time you want updates should be installed on the machine and what time the device should be restart. From here, you can select those settings. Let's select it to notify download. Next is restart checks. By default, this value is set to allow. And if you select this value to skip, the updates will be allowed on the device and the device will be restarted even if the user is actively working on the machine or even the device is running on battery power, provided the battery power is more than 70%. Next is option to pause Windows updates. If this value is set to enable, then users can pause the installation of updates for a certain number of days. But if you select disable, in that case, the users will not be able to pause the installation of the updates on the machines, and the default value is enable. Next is option to check for Windows updates. If this option is set to enable, in that case, the users can scan the devices for the updates using Windows updates setting. And if you set this option to disable, this will restrict the users from accessing the Windows Update scan. Next is change notification update level. From here, you can control what type of update notifications user can see. Under here, you can see options not configured, use the default Windows Update notifications, turn off all notifications excluding restart warnings, turn off all notifications including restart warnings. So from here, you can control the notifications, that what sort of notifications users should see when updates will be installed on the machine. Next is use deadline settings. From these settings, you can control the restart behavior of the machines. Microsoft recommends that you set this option to yes and configure below values as per your business requirements. So let's talk about these options also. It says deadline for feature updates. Under this option, you can specify the number of days from 0 to 30. For example, if you specify a value 2, in that case, you have 2 additional days for the deadline to reach. That means if you have applied a value for feature updates, for example, 7, that means after 7 days, you will have 2 additional days for the feature updates to be installed on the machine. Same way, you can specify for quality updates, let's say 3. So that means if you have mentioned a value for quality updates as 7, so after this deferral period, you will have 3 additional days for quality updates to be installed on the machines. And under grace period, you can specify a value from 0 to 7. For example, if I mention here 2, that means the users will have a grace period of additional 2 days after the deadline, whatever the value is mentioned here. After this deadline, user will have a grace period of 2 additional days until the restart occurs automatically. And the last option is auto reboot before deadline. By default, this option is set to yes. But if you leave this option set to yes, in that case, the machine will restart automatically before the deadline. And if you set this option to no, then the device will not restart outside of active hours until the deadline is reached. So let's create this policy. So let's set 7 here and let's select 4 here. You can set any value as per your business requirement. I do not want to upgrade to Windows 11 and uninstall period will be 20. And let's leave it not configured, notify download, allow enable, and notification level will be use the default Windows update notifications, and I'll set deadline settings to not configured. Let's create this policy, go next. And now here we have to assign a security group of devices. So let's go to groups and let's create a group here and let's add this device. So the host name of this device is 18J. So let me open another tab here for devices, and let me quickly copy the display name of this device. Go to Windows, and this is the device. Copy. Let's go to groups and create a new group, and let's name it as updates. Membership type will be dynamic. Add dynamic query, and here add display name. Operator will be equals. Paste the value here. Click save and click create. So the group is created, updates, and let's go to members. We can see the devices added as well. So let's go back to policy. Under assignments, under included groups, we will add the group that we just created, updates, select. We can see one device is added within this group. Go next. You can review the changes from here. If you want to make any change, go back, make the changes, and then click create. So now this policy is created. You can see here update ring successfully assigned. This is created and the policy is assigned to the device as well. That means to the group as well. Now let's go to the device and let's pull this policy from Microsoft Endpoint Manager. So let's go to settings and go to accounts, access, work or school, click info and click sync. Now once this sync will run, and if you go to Windows updates, we should see a notification here. So while this device is syncing with Endpoint Manager, let's talk about feature updates and quality updates. So let's go back to Microsoft Endpoint Manager. So under update rings, you will see feature updates for Windows 10 and later, and quality updates for Windows 10 and later. With the help of feature updates for Windows 10 and later, you can select the Windows feature update version that you want devices to remain at. That means, let's say for few devices, I do not want feature updates to be installed. Or let's say I want few devices should remain at a particular version of Windows 10. For example, 1909 or a version of Windows 11. So in nutshell, feature updates policies prevent a device from receiving a Windows feature version that is later than the value specified within the update range. Let's say you have specified Windows 10 version 22H2 in update range, and in feature updates policy, you have mentioned Windows 10 version 21H2. So the device will be upgraded to the latest version, that is Windows 10 22H2. But if you have mentioned Windows 10 version 22H2 within feature update policy, and the lower version is mentioned in update range, so in that case, the device will remain on the latest version. So basically, you can freeze the devices on a latest version of Windows with the help of feature updates policies. So let's talk about all the options of feature update policies in detail. You will click create profile, give it a name, any name of your choice. And here you will see feature update to deploy. Under here, you will see the feature updates for Windows 10 and 11. You can see the version as well, 21H2 and 22H2. For Windows 11, we have 22H2. So let's say if you want that your devices should remain at Windows 10 version 22H2, you can select this option and your devices will remain at this particular feature update. Next is rollout options. Under these options, you can configure the schedule options for Windows updates. From here, you can manage the update rollout options. Now let's talk about quality updates. Let's go to quality updates for Windows 10 and later. Click create profile. You can give it a name, any name of your choice. And under here, you will see the quality updates. Those are available. Now here you will see the date when these quality updates were released, and you will see the build number, and you can see the name as well. Now here you can see letter B on every quality update. This letter B indicates the quality update was released on patch day. That is every second Tuesday of every month. Next option is number of days to wait before restart is enforced. From here, you can control how soon after installing the update, a device will automatically restart to complete the update installation. So from here, you can control the quality updates for the devices like we discussed about the feature updates. Now let's go back to the Windows 10 machine, and we are still waiting for this sync to be completed. So let's go back to accounts. Let's initiate sync again. Go to info and click sync. So the sync is completed. Now let's go back to settings and let's go to update and security. So here we can see some settings are managed by your organization. Earlier we were not able to see this notification, and it says view configured update policies. So here you will be able to see what settings you have configured within the update rings. You can see here notify to download updates, get updates for other Microsoft products. And from here you can see quality update deferral period, feature update deferral period. You can see all the options here. Those are configured within the update rings. Enrollment notifications is a new feature that was introduced with the recent service release of Microsoft Intune. That was around last year. Enrollment notifications provide organizations with an easy method to notify the users whenever a new device is enrolled using their credentials. So this way, the end users can verify if the enrollment was genuine, and if they find any suspicious enrollment with their credentials, they can report it to the administrators. Apart from this, the administrators can send a welcome message to the end users when they successfully enroll a device. In Microsoft Intune, you can create two types of notifications: email notifications and push notifications. By configuring the notifications, administrators can send notifications in emails and as a push notification on the company portal app. Before you start managing enrollment notifications, you should be aware of few things. Enrollment notifications are supported on Android devices for bring your own device scenarios. On iOS or iPad devices for bring your own device scenario. You can use these notifications on Mac devices and Windows 10 or 11 devices, excluding hybrid Azure AD joined devices. One more thing that you need to consider is email notifications appear in the user's inbox and push notifications appear in the Intune Company Portal app for iOS or iPad, Mac operating system, and Android devices. But the push notifications are not supported in Company Portal app for the Windows devices. Also, the enrollment notifications are supported with user-driven enrollment scenarios. These notifications do not work on the devices those are enrolled by the administrators. And before you configure enrollment notifications in Microsoft Intune, make sure company branding and customization should be configured for your tenant. If you do not know how to customize your tenant and how to add company branding in Microsoft Intune portal, you can refer to the link that you can see on your screen. You will get all the information that is required to complete this particular task. So now let's move towards our lab and let's configure enrollment notifications in Microsoft Intune. To configure enrollment notifications in Microsoft Endpoint Manager, first you need to log in with one of the global administrator accounts or Intune administrator account. And once you are logged in, go to devices. If you want to configure enrollment notifications for Windows devices, you will click Windows and then click Windows Enrollment. And here you will get option enrollment notifications. From here, you can configure enrollment notifications only for Windows devices. But let's say you want to configure enrollment notifications for other platforms. If you want to configure it for iOS or iPad operating system devices, click on this option and go to iOS, iPad operating system enrollment. And here you will get the option for enrollment notifications. As of now, this particular option and these four options are grayed out because we haven't enabled Apple MDM push certificate in our tenant. Once we have the push certificate enabled, after that, these four options will be accessible. Same way, if you want to configure enrollment notifications for Mac operating system, you will go to Mac OS enrollment. And from here, you can configure enrollment notifications. Again, you need to configure the push certificate first. And if you want to do it for Android devices, you will go to Android enrollment. And here
you will get enrollment notifications for Android devices. So for this demo, we are going to create enrollment notifications for Windows devices. So under by platform, we will click Windows, and here we will click Windows Enrollment. And here we will click Enrollment Notifications. So here it says Windows Notifications. That means from here, from this particular window, you can configure enrollment notifications only for Windows devices. So to create enrollment notifications, you will click Create Notifications. And here we will give it a name, Windows Enroll Notifications, and click Next. If you want, you can add a description as well. Click Next. Now here you will get two options, push notification and email notification. If you want to enable push notification, simply turn it on. Here you can type a subject, for example, welcome to Office 365 concepts. And here you can type the message. For example, you have successfully enrolled your Windows machine. For example, like this you can add. Next is email notification. You can turn it on from here, and here you can type a subject for the email that will be sent to the user once that user will enroll his device successfully. Now here, if you want to add a message using HTML code, you can turn this option to on, and you can write the message here in this particular window in HTML format. Or you can type the message in a plain text. You can turn it off, and here you can type a message like this. And next is email header, which is the actual body of the email. If you want that your company logo should reflect within the email, you can turn this option to on. Now, these settings are coming from customization that we did in one of the previous videos. If we go to tenant administration and go to customization, you can see this customization and company branding that we configured. You can see the organization name, you can see the company logo, and here you can see the admin details or the IT support contact details. Now here you can see the logo. Here you can configure if you want to show device details within the email, like the device operating system, which device was enrolled by the user, the version of operating system, model name of the device, serial number of the device, and the device name. So if you want to show these details within the email, you can turn this option to on. And next is show company name. Yes, I want to show company name within the email. Show contact information. Now this information is for your IT support team that is configured here within the company branding. So make sure before you configure enrollment notifications, this company branding policy should be configured in your Microsoft Intune tenant. Next is show company portal website link. If you want to show your company portal website link within the email, turn this option to on. And once you have made the changes, click next. No changes required here. So here you can add a security group of the users, or you can assign this policy to all the users of your tenant. So let's create a security group. New group, and give it a name, for example, enrollment notifications. And let's add a couple of users as members. So I'll add these two users and click create. So the group is created. Let's go back and click add group. Look for the group here, enrollment notifications, select, the group is added. Click next, review the changes, and click create. So the enrollment notifications policy for Windows devices is created, and we have enabled email and push notification, and this is assigned to a security group. So now when users will enroll their Windows devices, the users who are part of the security group, which is assigned within this policy, those users, when they will enroll their devices, they will get the notifications.